Okay, today is our 13th session, right, Karen? June 23rd, June 29th, 2023. 13th session, read Urantia book with Heidi. 第13次就是与海蒂读御书第13次这个学习。然后呢，我们同时在用那个 Zoom 和腾讯会议，就是用 Zoom 和 VOOV 同时直播，然后会议有录制过后会分享给大家，1个星期有效。Okay, Heidi, I already started the session. Yeah,
Sure.
feel free.
Thanks. So I wanted to start with answering the question that I didn't get a chance to answer last session, and that was about the Ricky, I believe it was about the origin of the Sangik races, which are the colored races on Urantia.
Yes, yes.
Okay, well, I just actually didn't get a chance to look at, I have some information from memory, but I wanted to make sure I had my facts right. I looked it up this morning right before this session, and it's paper. Here, I'm gonna tell you, Ricky, so that you can come along. It's paper 64.
他就说那个上一次没来得及回答的关于有色人种的起源的问题，他就是想今天回答一下。他说要用 paper 64，那我要先调出来，我昨天还真的看了一眼。Okay.
It's called the paper 64 is called the Evolutionary Races of Color.
Evolutionary race of color.
Evolutionary races of color.
就是有色人种的进化。
So I'll give a very brief history of what happened, very brief, and then we can go right to the birth of the colored races. So we know about Andon and Fanta, who are the first people who differentiated from the animal races. They're called simian, which is like ape-like, right? So Andon and Fanta differentiated from the simian animal tribes about 1 million years ago.
他就说他就是以前曾经说过那个安东和方达是人第一对能称为人类的这么第一对人人类，那个是从那个猿那一类的动物进化来的。
And we live on a experimental planet. About 1 in 10 planets are experimental planets where the life carriers, who are the beings in charge of animal and human life on the planet and plant life also, they get to experiment a little bit on every 10th planet, which is a decimal planet, which is an experimental planet.
他就说那个以前也提过，就是每10个可居住的行星上，那个就会选一个实验性的行星，然后呢，生命载运者呢就会在这个就携带一些的那个动物这个人类那个人的这个基因到这儿来撒种，做实验。
So because we're an experimental planet, things happened a little differently here than on most planets in terms of the first human beings appearing and the 6 colored races appearing. Happened a little differently here.
他说因为是 实验行星，所以这个6个有色人种的出现，大概就是好像就是很特别，不太一样。
See, it says right here, I'm reading in this paper, what did I say it was, 64?
64, yeah.
Go, Ricky, go to section 6.
Section 6.
Do you see it?
Almost.
过了。
The 6
Okay.
psychic
6.
races of Urantia.
Yeah.
You can say that, yeah.
第6部分是叫啥？是
过了。
这个我知道，我要看看它这个中文Sangik它翻译成啥呀？Sangik 种族，那么这个中文翻译我是用那个 Depot 翻译的，61就桑吉克种族，就是预染下的6个桑吉克种族啊。OK。
So on an average evolutionary planet, the 6 evolutionary races of color appear one by one. The red man is the first to evolve, and then for ages, he roams the world before the succeeding colored races make their appearance. That's on an average world.
他说在一般的这个进化星球上啊，6个进化的有色种族会一个一个的出现啊，红人就是先出现啊，然后呢，他那个怎么翻的？这个第一个进化的，在随后的有色人种出现之前，他已经在这个世界上游荡了好多年。
The simultaneous emergence of all 6 races on Urantia and in one family was most unusual.
所有6个种族同时出现在玉兰下上，并且出现在一个家庭中，这是最不寻常的。
It certainly, my Heidi note, it certainly seems unusual.
对呀，那是啊，那就是海蒂说，是啊，是有点不太寻常。
And the appearance of earlier Andonites on Urantia was also something new in Satania, which is our local system is Satania. So the other unusual thing was the appearance of the race from Andon and Fanta. So it says, on no other world in the local system has such a race of will creatures, that's human beings, evolved in advance of the evolutionary races of color. So that was something else that happened here that usually doesn't happen. Andon and Fanta being evolving and becoming a whole separate race before the colored races appears. That was unusual here.
他说62节是说早期安东人在玉染下的出现，也是我们这个地方宇宙的新事物在本地系统的其他世界上，没有任何一个世界的异质生物在色彩的进化种族之前就已经进化出这样一个种族。
So usually the planetary prince comes right around the time of the appearance of the first human beings or will creatures. But I was wondering why Prince Caligastia, our planetary prince, waited 500,000 years before he came. But this maybe it had to do with the fact that usually the colored races appear first, because he basically came right around the same time that these colored races appeared. 500,000 years after Andon and Fanta and the first and the Andonite race began.
他说这个一般情况下，这个一个星球上的异质生物出现之后呢，行星王子就要来了 但是呢，它在我们这个星球好像不一样，那个就是异质生物就是出现了之后那个五百万年，那个我们的行星王子凯勒盖什才来到。
So Andon and Fanta, even though they were direct descendants of the animals, were actually a pretty remarkable race. I mean, they created Andon, the Andonites, the race they created, their children and their children's children and so forth.
对，他说这个红色人，这个是人类的杰出标本，许多方面都优于安东和方达。
And that's because when they left the animal tribe of their origin, they migrated north to the cold areas, and they also migrated northeast and northwest, but they refused to go back south where their animal cousins were living in the warm southern forests. So they stayed away from forests, and they roughed it out in the cold. And the Urantia book says that whenever early people go to the cold climates, they evolve much more and much faster because life is much harder.
他是说这个最早的人类呢，像北迁移一样，或者西北或者东北，反正离开了他们这个原来就是原始那个族群，在南边的就是比较靠南的森林里边生活的。那么他们往北迁移，因为生活环境比较更恶劣呢，他们就会锻炼出来呢，然后进化的会更快更好一些。
So the Andonites, Andon and Fanta went north, and they had children, and their children had children, and their children had children, and they created the Andonite race. And this race thrived for many generations. I'll stop there.
他就说这个安东方达往北去啊，然后孩子生孩子，孩子又生孩子，然后在北部繁荣起来，那个形成一个安东民族，安东族。
So they eventually there were in the next 500,000 years. Okay, so the Andon and Fanta evolved 1 million years ago. In the next 500,000 years, there was a series of ice ages. So their descendants were forced to travel south, and they were pushed south because of the ice on a few different occasions.
他说这个种族大概100万年前那个就是存在，然后在50万年前的冰川季，他们的后代被迫又往南迁徙。
And unfortunately, most of their ancestors did eventually mate with their inferior simian tribes in the south, which were actually animals. So it's kind of a disgusting thought, but they were, pretty close to animals themselves. So it wasn't as I mean, eventually when the colored races came, actually, or even before that, well, never mind, just say that and then I'll explain in the next sentence.
这样子呢，就他们往南迁徙嘛，就会跟他们比较低劣的就是动物更接近动物的那些的部落的那些的那个混交了杂交了啊，这是在这个其他有色人种出现之前。
So eventually a new race appeared. I guess this race was the Andonites, but a little bit with a little, we'll have to go back and read all this later, but a new race appeared. It must have been the Andonites mixed with a little of the animals, but it was a decent, pretty decent race. It was called the Heidelberg race. These were very primitive people who we think of as cavemen. That's the Stone Age. We're in the Stone Age.
这个是一个新的种族出现了，就相当于安东的后代跟那些的猿人杂交的结果。那么他们还算是比较像样的种族。然后那个就是原始人啊，洞穴人啊，这个模样。
And after the Heidelberg race, another race came, and you may have heard of these races. And they were called the Neanderthals, and they went all across Europe, all to China. They covered the world at that time, the Neanderthals. They were Andonites. They were also the original Andonites. Everyone at that time, you had to be an Andonite, right? There was no one else. But they also were probably, at that point, they had all kind of mixed a little with the animals.
还有一
So
个
they weren't that great.
叫Nandonite
尼安德塔人。
Neanderthal.
Neanderthal 这个
Perfect.
比如说是就是大概就是迁徙到上中国的那些地方。这或多或少的这些混交的种族也都算是安东的后代吧，安东人的后代。
So the Neanderthals, lived in caves, and they, we think of them as like cavemen.
我们把他们也是称作这个是洞穴居人。
At least I think they did.
对，他们就是住在洞穴的。
So then there was one group called the Badenites, and they were pretty pure Andonites. They were in northwest India, in the highlands, I guess the foothills of the Himalayas, right? The highlands of northwest India. The Badenites were ancestors of the Andonites, but they were pretty pure. They hadn't mixed with the animals hardly at all.
还有一支叫 Bandonite， 就是大概比较纯种的安东人，他们就是移居到那个西北部的印度，是像那个青藏高原那一带吧，他们是比较纯种的。
So these Badenites were constantly being raided by neighboring tribes of I guess probably Neanderthals, right? So they were constantly being raided by inferior tribes around them. They were fighting them off all the time until there was only about 100 families left.
他说在这个就是他们经常跟邻近的那个部落Nandonite 受那些的比较那个部落发生冲突，经常发生战争啊，然后就是经常打仗呢，然后大概有100多个家庭剩下了，对，最后剩下了100多个家庭。
I mean, the history of our original ancestors and the dawn of man and these early races is fascinating. And it will really be fun to read after we finish the Jesus papers. It might be a good book to read, a good paper to read, because it's really fascinating to read about this stuff.
人类起源的这个早期的起源史这一段就是历史啊，非常的精彩哈。读完那个耶稣的那些的那个文章之后呢，可能读这一段是很好的。
When I was 16 and I first saw the Urantia book, this is the first stuff I wanted to read about, all about the evolution of humans. The first papers I read.
那个我在16岁的时候接触玉染下的时候，很好奇这人类的起源。那么这些的文章是我首先读的几篇之一。
So about 500,000 years ago, when the Badenites were about to go extinct, in one family, all of the 6 races, colored races, appeared.
就是5000年前，当这个 Badenites 就这纯种的这安东人哈，这个种族快要灭绝的时候，突然在一个家庭里边，同时6种颜色就同时出现了。
So they had one child of each race.
他们就是每一个颜色都出了一个孩子。
And when those children mated with their other Badenite tribe members, their children always became the race of the parent, of the colored parent.
那么他们跟其他的 Badenites 种族去混交去，这个结果呢，就是那个孩子总是会成为就是那有色的那个父母的那个样子。
But wait, let me check one thing, because yeah, so ordinarily on an average world, the red man would be the first race and it would be one at a time, but on our planet, they all 6 races appeared in one family.
对，就是一般情况下呢，一般那个不同的人种大概不同人带来的，但是呢，在我们这个星球上，这六个颜色，实际上是从一个家庭里出来的。
So these races, each race was different, but they were all equal to, or even in some ways superior to Andon and Fanta and the Andonites.
对，他说这个有色的到有色人种这一步呢，实际上比安东和方达更进步，更进化的更先进啊，也比那个安东人就整个的都更先进了。
They were definitely superior to the Neanderthals.
那么那个100%的确定是比那个尼安德绍那个种族是那个穴居人是要高级的多。
The Neanderthals, they felt okay about the sun, but the moon really bothered them.
北京伙伴关一下。那个 Karen 帮忙关一下。Heidi, what did you say?
So the Neanderthals thought that they had to sacrifice humans to get them. When the moon disappeared every month, they thought they had to sacrifice humans to get the moon to come back. So for a long time, they thought the moon only returned because they were killing each other, sacrificing humans.
对，就是他一方面他们崇拜太阳，另外一方面到晚上他们非常恐惧黑暗，就是晚上那个月亮，它不是每个月都有圆缺嘛？但是他们当月亮消失的时候，他们就很恐惧，他们认为是要牺牲，拿活人做牺牲来，就是再把月亮弄回来。所以他们每个月都要就是做人，以人作为牺牲，然后月亮回来。他们认为是因为他们献了这个牺牲品的缘故。
They had a very, very primitive religion, and even when they advanced and they no longer sacrificed to get the moon to come back, they still sacrificed for a very long time they continued to sacrifice humans.
就是这比较原始的这种宗教，就是拿人做献祭的这种呢原始的宗教，对。
So what happened was when these 6 colored races appeared, they just naturally went off by themselves. Each race went off by itself and formed their own civilization.
那么这6个人种出现了之后，他们就各自分散哈，去形成他们自己各自的文明体系。
They actually didn't get along with each other very well at all.
并且并不那么和睦相处。
And then they each race migrated to a different area. The red races eventually ended up in America. They completely, they traveled by the Bering Strait from Russia to Alaska, and that's how they came to America, the red race.
那么红种族呢，他们就是到了美洲啊，跨过白令海峡，通过这个俄国的那个阿拉斯加，就是到了美洲。
And there was a red race that they call it the primary races are the red, the blue, and the yellow. And then the secondary races are the black, orange, and green.
他是说这个主要颜色是红种、蓝种和黄种啊，次要人种是这个黑色和橙色还有绿色。
So at one point, there was a huge struggle between the orange and the green men in the region of the lower Nile Valley in Egypt.
他说就是一开始有比较强烈的冲突在那个橙色和绿色人种之间，在那个埃及。
So this long battle took about 100 years, and at the end, very few orange people were left.
这个战争持续100年，那个很少有成人留下来。
The few that were left were absorbed by the victorious green race who beat them, and then also a little bit by the later the black, they call them indigo, right? The black race they call indigo. So a lot of the some of the remaining orange people were also absorbed by the indigo race.
那么就是然后呢，剩下的人呢，大概是被维多利亚绿种人吸收了，然后呢，还有一部分被黑色人种吸收了。那个橙色人种大概是不是也是被黑色吸收了？
So Prince Caligastia came right around the time these races, right after these races had just been born in the first had just been born in the first family that had, the family that had these races.
他说 Caligastia 这个我们行星王子大概是在就是说在那个第一个家庭生出了这些的有色的孩子之后，那个时候来的。
So the races are fighting and moving around and claiming territory, all for the next, all while Prince Caligastia was here setting up his center of civilization, but most of them never even knew about it.
那个 那些的种族啊，忙于就互相的战争啊，互相对，然后这个各处移居啊，建立这他们的领地啊，然后呢，行亲王子来这里就是说试图建立他的文明，那么大概就是那些的有色人种都不怎么意识到这个行亲王子的到来。
So the orange race disappeared about 100,000 years ago, and after that big 100-year war with the green race.
他说这个橙色人种大概10万年前就消失了，就是在跟绿色人种的这种长期争斗当中已经消失了。
Actually, the different races, they did send, I'm sorry, I got it wrong. The different races did send students to the prince's schools for instruction.
他说各个人种的确也就是送学生到这行星王子那儿去接受教导。
So the anyway, I think that we can read about the races after we read the Jesus papers. That would be a good time to read about this. It wouldn't take very long.
对，他说这个耶稣的 paper 读完之后呢，可以读这一部分，不会花很长时间。
I'll just say, because you're Chinese, of all the 6 colored race, the yellow race has, I'm just going to read. Okay, I'll read this. There's 2 things that I think might be interesting before we leave the subject, and that's that the
2个事情大概就是在我们离开这个话题之前需要强调一下的。
The blue races, which the blue race also disappeared, but the white people of today have the most of the blue race in them.
蓝种人最后也是灭绝了，但是现在的白种人大概遗传了他们的那个大部分的基因。
They also the blue race also mixed with the Neanderthal people. So the white race has the blue and Neanderthal and some other, and maybe, you know, a lot of the races have a little. Now we have a little blood from Adam and Eve, also that purple race, a little bit.
他是白种人啊，混合了蓝种和那个安的手，就是那2种的。然后呢，大概就是所有的种族都有这个 Adam Eve 的那个基因。
Okay, yeah, okay. So the blue races had the most contact with the prince's staff, and they were extremely confused by the rebellion.
那个蓝色种族呢，大概就是跟就是我们的行星王子卡雷加什这工作人员就接触比较密切的，他们是非常的困惑，对这个背叛。
I was just going to say the here, hold on one second. I just wanted to here, one second. Okay. I'm just going to read a couple paragraphs about the yellow race. The primitive, this is in section in section 5, the origin of the colored races, section 3, how could it be 3 of 5? 5, I don't know how. 5, 6. It says 3. I must be paragraph 3. Anyway, it says, yeah, 3, 4. Oh, I see. They have a list. 5. Yeah. They have a list in section 5, origin of the colored races. No, section 6, the 6 Sanghic races of Urantia, and they have a list 1, 2, and 3. So number 3, the yellow man. The primitive yellow tribes were the first to abandon the chase, establish settled communities, and develop a home life based on agriculture. Forget the chase because we didn't read about the chase. Just say what?
6.6 section 6 what paragraph in section 6?
In section 6 you'll see they have a list, the number 1, 2, 3, the red man, and number 3 is the yellow man.
Okay, yellow man. Okay.
So forget the chase because we don't know what that is, but just say the primitive yellow tribes were the first to establish settled communities and develop a home life based on agriculture.
黄种人就是节选自这个64篇第6节第14片段。黄种人，原始的黄种人部落是第一个放弃追逐建立定居社区并发展以农业为基础的家庭生活的部落。
I should say here that each race has strong points and weak points. Each race is different, and the goal of a planet is to eventually blend all the races and have one race.
那个最终的目的其实就是各个有色人种互相之间融合，到最后形成一个种族。
So you would ideally, you know, it's very hard on our planet because anything to do with breeding superior peoples, we absolutely hate the whole idea of that, because Hitler got so crazy with you know, he distorted that concept so completely and had his theory of a superior race and inferior races that should be eliminated. He distorted the whole idea of breeding superior race that we're all afraid to even talk about it to this day, because he distorted the idea.
对，他扭曲了这个希特勒扭曲了这个概念。那个他就是强调就是那个高等民族，然后只有高等的种族可以生存，那个低等的都要被毁灭。
But on a normal planet where things go well, they do find ways to selectively mate so that over a long period of time, they end up with the best traits of every race. They completely eliminate disease. They completely eliminate mental retardation and all these things. On a normal planet, they just get rid of, you know, they end up with one very superior mixed race. But on our planet, of course, everything has gone wrong.
在一般的正常的行星上面呢，就是那个一般就会找到一个正常的一个途径来选择性的杂交，然后来就是培养出就是具有比较好的品质和特性的 种族，然后这样的去掉那些的造成疾病的身体疾病和这个心理这个发育迟缓这一类的，完全就会是那个消除这些的。但是在我们的行星上，好像对，就是没有这个没有得到很好的实现。
But they don't kill inferior people or talk about inferior and superior races and master race, or it's nothing like Hitler's approach.
但是就是那种正常的选择优化的这种方式，不同于那个希特勒的那种粗暴的那种的选优势的那个进化方式。
I mean, when you think of it, it really doesn't make sense for two people with a genetic illness to mate, because obviously their children are going to have that same genetic illness, and all their children are. And if they didn't mate with each other, they could adopt children, or you know, I don't know, have an egg donor, or not have children, or whatever. I mean, mate with other people, you know, marry someone else. I don't know. You know, they could get rid of that disease altogether. And I'm not, you know, this is very controversial, so I don't want to upset anyone. But when you think about it, it's just logical. We do it with animals, we do it with plants, but Hitler pretty much made it so that we can't even think about doing it with people.
那么像一些人如果有遗传性的疾病啊，应该就是他们不应该生孩子，应该就是领养啊，或者是通过人工那个接受人工的方式，就是说来那个获取后代，就是说这样的话那个比较不好的基因不会传给孩子啊。当然这是一个非常有争议的课题哈。那个他也不想涉及太多，但是至少就是说跟希特勒的那种强调有一个主导种族的那种方式是不一样的。
So like for example, when I lived in New York City, there's a section in Brooklyn where the Hasidic Orthodox Jewish people live, right? They're very, very close knit. They only marry each other for you know, centuries.
他说你看什么在纽约的时候那个纽约有一个地方，就是那种非常非常的传统的犹太教徒居住的地方，他们只跟内部的人通婚，不跟外边通婚，这样的实践已经持续好几个世纪。
And if you look, almost every single one, or maybe 50%, wear thick glasses. They have very poor eyesight.
那么
I mean, you just see it.
对50%的人，他们那个视力非常差，他们戴着很厚的眼镜。
So, you know, it might be a good idea if they maybe mated with some other people.
那么他们选择跟别的种族那个去杂交一下，也许会改善他们这样的状况。
It would improve their eyesight.
也许会提高他们的视力。Yeah, of course.
Yeah, you know, it's just logical. It's you know, that's why we don't have breeding in a family. It's purely, there's nothing wrong. Andon and Fanta were brother and sister. They created the human race. There's nothing wrong with it. Technically, the reason we have a taboo against brothers and sisters marrying is because it's bad for genetics. Because obviously, if they have the same diseases and the same problems, their children will. That's the whole reason we have a taboo against that. We don't know that's the reason, but that is the reason.
那当然，兄弟姐妹之间，你看安东方达兄弟姐妹之间结婚应该也没有问题。但是呢，我们为什么这个近亲结婚成为一个禁忌呢？就是因为就是如果那个两方都有一种遗传的基因不好的遗传的基因，那么后代几乎不可避免的都有那个，所以是为了这种的那个而形成这样的一种禁忌。
And you see that in royal families too. They always, after centuries, they end up with hemophiliacs, and much more recurring disease of a genetic nature.
对，那你也看到欧洲的一些皇室家族，那么几个世纪之后，往往他们就会有一些的遗传的疾病，比如说一些的血液病啊，就频繁的发生在他们的家族当中，就是近亲繁殖的结果。
So it might be a good idea to get rid of disease.
Yeah， 可能就是会消除疾病，混交杂交对消除疾病可能是有帮助的。
So anyway, intellectual, I'm reading about the yellow man. Intellectually, they were somewhat inferior. The red men were like maybe in some ways the most superior race. So intellectually, the yellow men were somewhat inferior to the red men, but socially and collectively, they proved themselves superior to all of the Sangik peoples in the matter of fostering racial civilization.
他在智力上，他们比红种人略逊一筹，但在社会和集体方面，他们证明自己在促进种族文明的问题上优于所有的桑迪克民族。
Because they developed a fraternal spirit, the various tribes learning to live together in relative peace, they were able to drive the red race before them as they gradually expanded into Asia.
由于他们发展了兄弟般的精神，各部落学会了在相对和平的情况下共同生活。因此，当他们逐渐向亚洲扩张时，他们能够将红种人赶到他们面前。
This is me talking. The great strength of the yellow people were that they got along so well with each other. The red men were always at war with each other. They were white. When the white men, the Europeans came to America, the Urantia book says, we think we killed them all. We did. We sped it up. But the Urantia book says eventually they were going to kill each other anyway. They were always fighting each other.
对，这里就是强调，就是黄种人他们有互相合作协作的这种精神嘛。他就是说，这个白种人到美洲，那么就是他们就是把那个当地的土著人就是几乎都灭绝了。然后呢，那个有一个玩笑说，他们互相之间也会互相灭绝的。
I'm not letting the white man off the hook.
他说他不会，就是说那个不责怪白种人。
What they did to the red man is terrible.
对，他们对红种人所犯下的那个恶劣行为是非常可怕的。
I'm just saying the red men were pretty much on their way to wiping each other out anyway.
他就说那个红种人他们也倾向于就是互相的征战，不太团结。
And the great strength of the yellow man is that he was generally, compared to the other races, the most peaceful, the least warlike.
他说黄种人就是基本上是爱好和平的，不大喜欢战争的。
Okay, so who asked that question about race anyway?
Serena.
Is she here?
I can't see. Karen, is Serena there?
现在不在，刚刚在。
Oh, she was here before, but not now.
Okay, so she can listen to the recording. I
Yes.
just wanted to ask her if she had any other question about race or if we answered it pretty much.
他就说去找那个 Serena 问是不是回答了他的问题，不过这个 Serena 不在，那么他可以过后听录音。Okay.
So there's something that I wanted to say that I actually wrote down. I wanted to just write some notes so that I wouldn't forget what I wanted to say, but I wrote so much, I think I'm just going to read it.
他说他想读他写下的一些的笔记。Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so the last session, I've probably done it a few times, but I was making fun of people who were imposing their own traditions into Urantia teachings, like maybe having a Tibetan bell or moments of silence or prayers or these things. And I want to clear that up now.
上一次会议呢，我提到几次，就是有一些人呢想把他们的传统的宗教崇拜的方式带到与染霞之书的学习当中，比如说弄一些铃铛啊，或者是有一段时间的静默啦，或者是祷告啦，这些的形式带进这个月染霞之书的学习当中。
People, this is a new teaching. This teaching is new to the world.
这是对整个世界来说，月染霞之书都是一个新的教导。
People are going to interpret it all different ways, and probably all kinds of churches will form that are different. People will impose all kinds of rituals and traditions. That will probably happen. Maybe not, but probably.
对，人们就是会有各种各样的方式产生基于此产生各种的教会然后带进不同的仪式这都肯定会发生的。
But Ricky, did you read that video I gave you about the lady that was in the forum?
No, not yet. I only listened
Okay.
to the one that, about the ascension.
Okay, maybe next week we'll listen to it as a group. We'll show it and the shared screen, and you can translate, because it's really wonderful, because she talks about, you can tell them that I'm talking about a video that is an actual forum member, a woman who was in the original forum in Chicago, who received the original papers. And I think she's still alive.
Yeah. 他是说他发给我一个影片，我还没来得及看，大概是关于一个妇女，她是原来最起初就是这个月染霞之书这些篇章形成的时候，不是有一个论坛吗？Sadler 医生不是召集一个论坛吗？他说他是参加过那个论坛的这个女士
So she explains what the original authors of the Urantia book told them about how the teachings were going to be, about the teachings, and I'll tell you in a minute what they said about them.
这个女士呢就描述，就是说这些篇章的那些的原作者就是建议怎么样来散播这个月染霞之书的教导。
In previous sessions, I think I said that I believe that these teachings really are for a future age.
他说上一次呢，我提到这本书的教导是为了未来的那个时代准备的。
And I've said many times, this book isn't for everyone.
其他时候我又说这本书不是为每一个人准备的。
But if I would like to watch that video together and share it with you, because it's really interesting what they say.
那么我们要下一次有机会就是一起看那个影片啊，来就是看看他怎么说的。
I just found this video, so I had never seen it before.
对，我刚刚找到这支影片，以前没有看到过。
So it verified everything that I had figured out for myself.
这个好像就印证了我以前就是我自己琢磨出来的一些的事情。
Because my belief was, and the video verifies this, that this book was not written for this generation.
他说就是这个信念之一，就是这本书呢，实际上不是为现在这一代的人准备的。
It was written for future generations, and it will eventually be the religion of the world.
那么这是为未来的时代准备的，也一定会成为世界性的一个宗教。
And you know, we're just lucky if we have, we're the first people, the first generation to have this revelation.
我们非常幸运，作为第一批人呢，第一代人，然后来接受这样的启示。
So anyone that is really receptive to these teachings now, they'll receive the book. The book will come to them.
那么如果就是说能够接受这本书的，那么这个书就会找到他们的。
And more and more people over time will be drawn to the book and to this religion. And over time, people will be drawn to it, and it will evolve the way Christianity evolved over time. You're not supposed to force a religion on people before they're ready.
那么更多的人就会被这本书吸引，被这个新的宗教吸引。那么基督教它也会进化进展，那么就是更多的人就会准备好接受这个新的宗教。
It has to evolve at its own pace.
不能够强迫人接受，那么事情要照着他自己的固有的节奏啊、速度啊来进化。
The reason that they say in the video that the authors say to this woman tells us that the authors said the reason they released it now was so that the translations could be made, the book could become available all over the world, and study groups could form, and you know the sort of the network could be put in place.
他们说这个时候出来就是释放这个启示呢，就是因为现在就是说翻译是可以进行的，然后呢就是然后人就可以来在一起来进行一些学习小组，然后这样的服务网络也可以形成了。
It was very clear what their job, the foundation's job was to make translations, and in the largest group of people in the world, the Chinese, 70 years later, they still don't have a translation. No excuse for that. No excuse.
他说那个基金会成立，他们的主要的工作，重要的工作就是 把这个翻译就是翻译成各种语言来向全球来那个传播。那么70年了，那么就是14亿人口的这个中文这个译本还没有出来，这个是没有理由的，没有借口。
Sorry.
Mhm.
Many people read this book and they just get so excited by the teachings that they want to run out and convert everyone and make everyone read it.
有的人哈，就是读到这本书那么激动啊，他们很想跑出去，想让所有的人啊都来，让他们都来这个读这本书，都来相信这本书的教导。
But I think it takes a lifetime just to incorporate the teachings into your own life.
他说，但是他认为这个要花上一生的时间，才能够把这个教导整合到自己的生活当中。
And I think it's much more effective to live the teachings and influence people that way than to push the book on them, on people who don't have any interest in it.
他就说，那这个你活出这个教导呢，比那个你那个影响，比你去就是主动积极的宣扬这本书可能更有效果啊。你去把书就是给那些根本没有兴趣的人去传播，这个就是想让他们读，那个好像效果不大。你最有效的是你能够活出这个教导。
The video says that the authors say what I'm always saying, and that is that we have to learn from the mistakes of the early Christians and not make those same mistakes.
那么这个那个影片里边哈，那个就是御书的作者哈，就是教导提醒我们要学习，不要犯这个基督教初始时期的那些的错误。
To make Christianity more appealing to people and maybe to themselves, they incorporated traditions and rituals from other previous religions, and they incorporated it into Christianity.
那么基督教呢，当时就是它相当于就是整合了一些的就是说之前人们遵循的一些传统啊、仪式啊，然后来使这个东西显得更吸引人。
So when you do this, you do attract more people, because those people of that prior religion will be drawn to it because it's a lot like their religion. So in the short run, in the short term, you attract more people, but in the long term, you lose people because you're only attracting people from that religion. You're alienating a lot of other people who would be drawn to it if it wasn't so much like that one particular previous religion.
他说在短期内呢会吸引一些更多的人，但是呢是吸引的更多的跟以前的传统相认同的人，但是从长期来讲会失去另外一部分不太认同那些传统的人。
So what they were doing, the early Christians, many of them, the Western Church more than the Orthodox, but even the Orthodox, what they were doing is they were compromising to get more people to join the religion. They were compromising Jesus's teachings. They weren't keeping it pure.
他说那个就是往西方传的基督教啊，也包括这个东正教啊，他们往往就是削弱耶稣的教导，为了传播的需要。
So I think that because we're in such a unique position to be the first people, you know, in this case in China, the first people mean there may be, you know, a few hundred here and there, but we're basically bringing these teachings to China in some way. But even in America, even in Europe, we're still among the first people in the world to be studying and really becoming Urantians, that I believe it is up to us to make sure that we don't make the same mistakes the early Christians made. I believe it is our job to keep these teachings pure and not contaminate them ever.
那么就是我们现在居于一个这么独特的位置，那么就是比如说，传到中国的首批就是当然了，就是这里几百，那里几百，因为我们这不光是就是大陆哈，台湾我们这都有啊，学习月染下的。那总的来讲，我们就是第一批将这个月染下之书的教导带到中原的，带到那个中国的东方的。那么其实在美洲啊，其实就是整个来讲，那么也是就是在世界范围内也是属于首批的，就是学习这个月染下之书，成为第一批的月染下人啊。那么我们要那个提醒自己不要犯那个错误，那个基督教那最起初的错误啊，要保持这个纯正性，不要去使它掺杂和混杂。
So in almost all Urantia gatherings and many study groups, very often they start with either a silent time where people can pray or someone recites a prayer very often.
那么在传统的基督教当中，经常就是说有静默的时间呐，有一个人带大家祈祷啊，这样的非常经常会采取这些仪式性的一些的举动。
There's nothing wrong with that.
当然这么做也没什么错。
But I'm concerned that I don't want anyone new to the teachings to think it says in the book that before you read the book or study with anyone or have a meeting about Urantia Foundation politics or anything else, that you always start with a prayer. Because it doesn't say anywhere in the book you should do that.
那么我就是想说的是，那个月染下之书就没有提过这些的实践啊。
It doesn't mean you can't do it or that it's wrong. So I want to be very clear. If you want to have Buddhas all over your house and have a Tibetan bong before your meeting, that's fine. If you want to pray before your meeting, that's fine. If you want to have a group with all men or all women or 2 men, 1 woman, and 3 dogs, that's fine.
并不是说你不能做那些，但是呢，就是不要跟其他的宗教的实践相混杂呀。他就强调的点就是在这儿。
We just have to be so careful to just stick to what is in the book, stick to the teachings, and not get all caught up in rituals and traditions. If we feel better having them, we should have them. We just have to make it very clear that this is our preference for our group. This is not something that goes with Urantia teachings.
我们就是要小心，就是保持这个教导的纯正性，而不会被那些的仪式啊，被那些的传统，所阻碍。就是那我们就是要实践这样的一个纯净的这个
Jesus prayed all the time. Prayer is highly, highly recommended. Prayer and worship are highly recommended by the Urantia book.
那么祷告呢，耶稣也祷告，那么相当于祷告和敬拜都是非常的，那个高度推荐的一些的行为。
And there is also something called, I call communing, when you can just commune with God or with your thought adjuster or with Jesus or with your angels. It's not really prayer and it's not really worship. It's more like, I think you just have to kind of feel what I'm saying, but it's just like a communion of a type of communications, a type of understanding, a type of feeling that you can have. That's, it's my favorite. My favorite.
它
Like
叫那个
chocolate. It's like chocolate.
它叫那种叫同在，就是你可以跟你的信仰调整者啊、保护天使啊这些的那个灵界存有，你就是有一种的同在的那种交流啊，有这种互相的理解，互相能够感受到，他是这样的，他经常用这样的一种同在这样的一种方式跟这个灵界存有沟通。
The Urantia book does not talk about this communion as such. It doesn't use these words.
这个月眼下之书没有用这个词啊，就同在这个词啊。
But it does say that as you evolve to these different psychic circles, you have more and more communication with your thought adjuster. So that's very similar to what I'm saying.
但是他的确提到，当你在心灵圆圈进展到一定的程度哈，那就是会增加你跟你的思想调整者的交流。
So I want to make this, I'll probably say it in subsequent sessions also, but I just want to make this crystal clear. I have no problem with someone starting their teachings or doing their teachings any way they like. I just think it's very important. And if you guys go out and have your own study group someday and go to other groups and meetings, Jesus didn't say we had to do it any particular way. We can do it whatever way we like. I just think it's very important to say, this is what we choose to do. This is not required. This is not a Urantia tradition. This is what we want to do. We like to do it this way. You can do it another way. That is the important thing, that we don't make our personal choices into Urantia traditions that other people feel they have to do. That is the point I'm trying to make.
OK， 那个Heidi 强调的是，就是那个以后啊，那你们也可能会就是举行自己的学习小组啊，有一天，那么你可以选择你喜欢的任何的方式去进行操作，但是呢，就是要清楚这个不是那些的操作方式，不是月眼下之书所要求一定要那样做的。我们不要把我们所喜欢的一种方式说成是啊，这是月眼下之书的传统。
Some people, I've been to many study groups. Some study groups, it's called sequential reading. They start at the beginning of the book and they read one paper in each session, and they get through the book. When they finish, they start again at the beginning. That's called sequential reading.
那么我去过很多的学习小组哈，有一些小组采取的是按顺序的阅读，他们就从头读到尾，然后再从头开始，就是这样的方式。
And that's fine. I've been to study groups that read sequentially. It's fine.
那这个不错呀，那个有这样读的，
Other study groups, they read topically. They pick a topic like we're doing. Ours is topical, but ours is completely different than any I've ever been to, because I just talk about whatever I talk about. But aside from ours, other study groups use the topical method, where they pick a topic or they pick a paper and they read that. And I'll just stop there.
Yeah，那其他的就是以一个题目哈，一个主题来展开阅读，跟这个主题有关系的。那么我们这个又跟这两种都不太一样，我几乎都是就是那个比较发散，自己想说啥就说啥。
So that's great too.
嗯哼。
Okay. Very often the idea is to read one paper in each session, but in the study groups I've been to, it didn't matter if you finished or not. It's like, doesn't matter if you end up talking more to each other, you have questions or want to discuss things, that's just as good as reading.
一般要是这个读的进度啊，所以一般一次读一篇啊，但是也不一定说要读完啊，有时候大家就一个问题展开来讨论，那么也可能读不完。
I was in one study group where there was this one guy, and he would get very upset if we talked too much because he wanted to make sure we finished one paper in each session. He didn't like us talking too much.
参加过一个session，那就是如果我们讲话太多，影响了进度，那个主持那个弟兄会非常的不高兴，因为他就是想完成进度。
So I said to him, we can all read the book all day, every day on our own. We're here to talk to each other, to share ideas.
我就跟他说，我们可以自己读啊，我们没有必要，我们来在一起就是要分享我们的想法的。
And I was never the host of any of these study groups. I was just a member.
那些的就是他参加的，就是他不是主人，他只是那个参加者。
But he could not see it my way. He would still get mad if we talked too much.
对，他没有那个接受我的建议，仍然我们要是说话太多，他就会非常的不安，不高兴。
And I'm telling this story because this is a perfect example of someone who is trying to impose their method on the group.
对，就是那个我提到这个，就是说反对某些人把一些的他们的想法太固定，就是说认为他们的想法怎么样那个这个做最好来强加到别人身上。
And we as early students of the Urantia book do not want to impose our method on future readers of the Urantia book.
那我们最开头的这些的学习预染下之书的学生，我们不想把我们的方法那个一定要归来的那些学习的人来借鉴。
Now, 1/3 of the book is about the life and teachings of Jesus. 1/3 of the book. It's the 4th section, but it's actually 1/3 of the whole book.
那么预染下之书有1/3的篇幅是在讲耶稣的教导，不是生平和教导。虽然它是第4部分，但是它占了1/3的篇幅。
But the Michael's sons, the order of Michael's, the creator's sons, are mentioned in other places in the book, and they also discuss the creator's sons, which is about Jesus, in other places in the book. 关于迈克尔造物之子哈，那个在
月亮下之书其他的地方也有提到，也有讨论。
And Jesus said, when two or more people, this is in the Bible and it's also in the Urantia book. He said, when two or more people are gathered in my name, there I am also.
他说是圣经啊、月亮下之书都说到，就是如果有2个人在我的名里聚集，我也在那里。
So that means, this is in the book. That means that even if 2 people get together and talk about Jesus, he is there with them, literally. When he said these things, he wasn't trying to be cute. He meant literally.
当他这么说的时候，他就是字面的意思，他并不是想那个好像那个取悦于人，就是实际上就是有2个人在一起哈，在他的名里聚集，那么他就是在那里，这个是事实。
So if more than 1/3 of this book is about Jesus, then I would say that we are gathered in his name.
那么1/3的篇幅都来讲耶稣的，那么我们学习这本书呢，我们就是在他的名里聚集。
I would say that every time you're talking to someone about the Urantia book, you're gathered in Jesus's name.
那么我们每次去跟另外的人去讲那个月亮下之书的时候，我们就相当于在耶稣的名里边聚集。
So I would say that Jesus is always with us in these gatherings.
那么我就是认为，就是耶稣在我们每一次聚会当中都与我们同在。
And I would say that is in the book.
那么这是在这本书里边都提到的、确认的。
So there's nothing wrong with recognizing that
那
and
么
welcoming him, making him feel welcome.
还认可这一点，并且欢迎他来。
Okay, so that's the main thing. I ended up not reading what I wrote, but that's the main thing I wanted to say. And I think that we should never forget that we can do whatever we like as long as we say, this is my preference, the way I want to approach my personal religion. This is not a Urantia tradition. Each person can approach it the way they like.
那么这是我的这个写下的一些的笔记跟大家分享的。那么我这总的点就是说，那么以后你可以强调有一些的做法是你所那个喜欢的，并不能说那个是月亮下之书这样教导的。
So why don't we go to paper 107?
OK。
I'm trying to find it. I had a bookmark, but seem to have. Oh, that's one of it.
Karen 看得见吗？我分享的标联系。
看得到。我刚刚有在对话框写了一下，说其实有翻过一版，只是基金会没有通过。
Okay, I said that the Urantia book didn't use the word communion, but I was wrong because I see right here spiritual communion as a heading in paper. So they do use that word. It's in I'll tell you where it is. The Foundations of Religious Faith. Paper 102, The Foundations of Religious Faith. And then they have knowledge, wisdom, evidence of religion. Oh no, it's paper 103, The Reality of Religious Experience. You don't have to go there. I'm just telling you, Ricky.
他就说那个 communion 哈，这个同在啊，交往的是就是这个词，与神同在交往的这个词哈，在103篇啊，也是应该是第3部分，103篇就是宗教体验的实相，那个里头的确提到这个词啊，他只是就是提一下在哪里有。
So they're talking about it in a little bit different than I was, but it's basically they're talking about communion as a feeling of fellowship with the divine. So and they say this is but they're talking about it more like communion among people. So they're using the word a little differently than I did. But I'm talking about direct communion with the spirits or with celestial beings.
当然他还说意义有点不太一样，那篇里边大概是讲就是 fellowship， 就是说相信的人在一起的这种交流，而他这个 communion 呢，更指的是直接的跟神的一个交流。
But they do use the word communion, and it's just I think it's a great word.
他就是总的认为就是 communion 这个词是非常棒的一个词。
Okay. Origin and Nature of Thought Adjusters, paper 107. Yay!
他说我们不容易哈，到了我们可以终于开始读思想调整者的起源与本质了。
So I just want to say before I start, I just want everyone to remember that these papers are all written by the wonderful solitary messenger who we read all about. And we read all about solitary messengers.
他就说再一次强调这个关于思想调整者的篇章是单独使者哈那个写的，我们已经读过了解了一些关于单独使者的他们的角色啊、使命啊、背景啊。对。
All these papers on the thought adjusters, all the way up until every single paper about the thought adjusters is written by a solitary messenger.
所以所有关于思想调整者的篇章都是由这个单独使者写的。
And these are the only papers in the Urantia book written by a solitary messenger.
那么单独使者在玉兰下之书这些的篇章当中只写了关于思想调整者的部分。
Except for hold on. Yeah, except for right after the thought adjusters papers, which are 107, 108, and 109, 110, and 111. Okay, 107 through 111. Those are all the papers on the thought adjusters. And 112 is personality survival, but that's also written by a solitary messenger. So 107, so the thought adjusters and then personality survival, 107 through 112, which we're going to read. They are all written by solitary messengers, and they're the only papers in the book written by solitary messengers.
它就是103到111篇关于思想调整者的，那么是由单独使者写的，然后112篇是关于人格的续存的，那么也是像 不是，也是这个单独使者写的。那么整本书就是这些是就是单独使者写的。
Ricky, I'm just going to read, unless things need to be, I'm just going to read for a while, and unless things need to be explained, I'm just going to let you then translate in the bulk.
Yeah.
So, and then I'll go and get my coffee, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So paper number 107, Origin and Nature of Thought Adjusters.
107篇思想调整者的起源与本质。Now you can go fetch your coffee.
I know, I want to read it myself because I haven't read this in a while.
Yeah.
So I just want to read it too. But I'll read it in bulk and then I'll give you some chance. Although the Universal Father is personally resident on Paradise, and also because some people do speak English here, although the Universal Father is personally resident on Paradise, at the very center of the universes, he is also actually present on the worlds of space in the minds of his countless children of time. For he indwells them as the mystery monitors. Just so you know, the thought adjusters are also called the mystery monitors. They use, and sometimes they call it a fragment of God, but it's usually called the thought adjuster or the mystery monitor.
Yeah.
You can say that.
Yeah. 尽管万有之父个人居住在天堂，在宇宙的最中心，他实际上也存在于他无数的时间孩子的脑海中的空间世界，因为他作为神秘告诫者安住于他们之内。这个神秘告诫者跟思想调整者，就是在月亮下之书当中都是指的同一个概念。
The eternal Father is at one and the same time farthest removed from and most intimately associated with his planetary mortal sons. Then the next pair, I'll just keep reading. The adjusters are the actuality of the Father's love incarnate in the souls of men. They are the veritable promise of man's eternal career imprisoned within the mortal mind. Interesting that they use that word, imprisoned. They are the essence of man's perfected finaliter personality, which he can foretaste in time as he progressively masters the divine technique of achieving the living of the Father's will step by step through the ascension of universe upon universe until he actually attains the divine presence of his Paradise Father. Now, Ricky, when I get back, if anyone has any questions about anything you translated,
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
God,
yeah,
I'm going to keep reading. God, having commanded man to be perfect, even as he is perfect, has descended as the adjuster to become man's experiential partner in the achievement of the supernal destiny which has been thus ordained. The fragment of God which indwells the mind of man is the absolute and unqualified assurance that man can find the universal Father in association with his divine adjuster, which came forth from God to find man and sonship with him in the days of the flesh. And Ricky, if anyone, after you finish reading, if they want to take a 5-minute break, they may as well, right? And then we'll come back and just read. Okay?
Yes. Okay, sure. 那我就读这一段的中文哈，大家要是需要一个 break， 也可以在Heidi break 的时候也可以 break。从第一段的最后那部分哈，永恒之父在同一时间与他的行星上的凡人儿子们相距最远，关系最密切。调整者是上父之爱在人类灵魂中化身的现实，他们是囚禁在凡人心智中的人之永恒生涯的真正承诺，他们是人类完美的有限者人格的本质。随着他逐渐掌握神圣的技术，逐步实现上父意志的生活，通过宇宙对宇宙的提升，直到 他实际上达到他的天堂之父的神圣存在，他可以及时预测到这一点。哎，我不知道我这个版本是不是应该分享的，怎么读的有点别扭。神命令人成为完美的，即使他是完美的，也降临成为人的经验伙伴。作为调整者，在实现神的命运过程中，这种命运是如此被注定的，存在于人心智中的神的片段是绝对和无条件的保证。人类可以通过这种神性调整者找到万有之父。这个调整者自神而来，为了人尚在肉身的日子里就找到他，并建立他的子女身份。大家看看这一段有什么问题哈，可以先提出来，到时候海底回来可以跟他讨论。哪一句话比较难理解？看看啊，我来看看能不能找到另外一个版本。
你这个好像跟微信里面分享的不一样。
对，所以我正在找那个，这个是我先前的 upload 到 OneNote， 没准儿不是最终的版本。我找找file
要不要发给你？
啊，对，我找到了，是这个，应该是这个。这个
对。
不然你再读一遍新的这个版本，你再读一遍，看看我们是不是理解能更好一点这个版本。
好啊，
来
读，等一下啊。
应该还能看见我共享的吧？
可以。107章思想调整者的起源与本质。虽然万有之父亲身居住在天堂，在宇宙的正中心，但他实际上也临在于空间世界，在其无数时间之子的心智中，因为他作为神秘告诫者，安住于他们之内。在同一时间，永恒之父与他的行星凡人之子相距最远，又有最密切的关系的。调整者是上父之爱在人类灵魂中化身的现实，他们是囚禁在凡人心智中的人之永恒生涯的真正承诺，他们是人类完美终局者人格的本质。当他逐渐掌握了达到上父意志生活的神圣技法时，他可以及时预知，一步一步通过一个又一个宇宙的扬升，直到他真正达到他天堂之父的神圣临在。神命令人成为完美的，一如他之完美。他作为调整者降下，成为人的经验性伙伴，以实现如此注定的超然命运。存在于人心智中的神之片段是绝对和无条件的保证。人类可以通过这位神性调整者找到万有之父。这个调整者自神而来，为了人尚在肉身的日子里就找到他，并建立他的子女身份。凡见过造物之子的凡人，这读过了吗？
并建立他的子女身份，就到这儿。
好，对。
对啊，神降到人里面就是为了让人能够成为神啊，就是相当于他的神的扩展，我们成为他的一个复制，也这个到最后也成为神。海底回来了没有？
没有。
大家哪一句话比较难理解，就是可以提出来，然后让海底给我们扩展扩展。没有的话，我们可以继续读啊，咱俩读。那个你先读中文，你读中文，然后再读英文，大家英文就会理解的比较多一点。你再读下一段中文。
我不读英文，我英文太烂了。
中文，我就说你读中文。
OK。凡见过造物之子的凡人都见过万有之父，凡被神性调整者内住的，就被天堂之父内住。每一个有意识或无意识的跟随其内在调整者引领的凡人，都是按神之意志生活的。调整者存在的意识就是神存在的意识。调整者与人类进化灵魂的永恒融合，是与神作为神灵宇宙伙伴永恒结合的实际体验。
Any mortal who has seen the Creator Son has seen the Universal Father, and he who is indwelt by a divine adjuster is indwelt by the Paradise Father. Every mortal who is consciously or unconsciously following the leading of his indwelling adjuster is living in accordance with the will of God. Consciousness of adjuster presence is consciousness of God's presence. Eternal fusion of the adjuster with the evolutionary soul of man is the factual experience of eternal union with God as a universe associate of deity. OK， 中文。
正是调整者在人的内心创造了无法抑制的向往和不断的渴望，希望像神一样到达天堂，在真正的神灵人格面前崇拜神圣礼物的无限之源。调整者是鲜活的灵在，他实际上将凡人之父与他的天堂之父联系在一起，并且
凡人之子。
他实际上将凡人之子与他的天堂之父联系在一起，并且使他越来越接近天堂之父。调整者是我们对巨大宇宙张力的补偿性均衡，这种张力是由于人类与神的距离以及与永恒之父的普遍性相比，人类的偏袒程度所造成的。最后一句话不是太懂，什么叫人类的偏袒程度？
咱读一下，看看从英文那儿是不是能得到更多启发。It is the adjuster who creates within man that unquenchable yearning and incessant longing to be like God, to attain paradise, and there before the actual person of deity to worship the infinite source of the divine gift. The adjuster is the living presence which actually links the mortal son with his paradise father and draws him nearer and nearer to the Father. The adjuster is our compensatory equalization of the animus universe tension, which is created by the distance of man's removal from God and by the degree of his partiality in contrast with the universality of the eternal Father. Partiality， 那么这个 partiality 我看看英文是什么意思哈？它这个地方偏袒，有可能你英文有别的 有别的意思。partiality，偏好、偏心、嗜好、优先权。优先权应该是优先权吧？也许。
就是我们对神的渴望，这种张力是源于人跟神的距离，以及人类对，我觉得是偏好啦，就是对的程度所造成的，就你有多么的爱神吧。
对，就是我们从内里都有一种崇拜神的愿望，就是由于这里边这种张力，就是因为我们里边有些思想调整者时不时的 remind 我们，像电波一样，经常刺激我们，所以我们就是不自觉的就会有崇拜神、敬拜神或者渴望永久、永远、永恒的这种渴望，都是思想调整者在里边起的作用，应该是。
好，我念下一段。调整者是一个无限存有的。
come back，
还没看到狗。
继续。
调整者是一个无限存有的绝对本质，它被囚禁在有限受造物的心智中。根据这样一个凡人的选择，他最终可以完成神和人的这种暂时结合，并为无尽的宇宙服务，真正现实化一种新的存有类别。调整者是神圣的宇宙实相，他将神是人之父这一真理事实化。事实化。调整者是人类绝对可靠的宇宙罗盘，总是准确无误的将灵魂引向神。
Okay. The adjuster is an absolute essence of an infinite being imprisoned within the mind of a finite creature, which, depending on the choosing of such a mortal, can eventually consummate this temporary union of God and man, and veritably actualize a new order of being for an ending universe service. The adjuster is the divine universe reality, which factualizes the truth that God is man's father. The adjuster is man's infallible cosmic compass, always and unerringly pointing the soul Godward.
好，再一段。在进化的世界里，受造物会经历3个一般的发展阶段，从调整者的到来到相对完全的成长，大约在玉染下上的20岁。告诫者有时被称为思想改变者，从这一时期到达自主年龄，大约40岁。神命告诫者被称为思想调整者，以获得判断力到脱离肉体，他们通常被称为思想控制者。这3个凡人生活阶段与3个调整者在心智再生和灵魂演化方面取得进展的层次没有关系。
On the evolutionary walls, will creatures traverse 3 general developmental stages of being, from the arrival of the adjuster to comparative full growth. About 20 years of age on Urantia, the monitors are sometimes thought changers. From this time to the attainment of the age of discretion, about 40 years, the mystery monitors are called thought adjusters. From the attainment of discretion to deliverance from the flesh, they are often referred to as thought controllers. These 3 phases of mortal life have no connection with the 3 stages of adjuster progress, mind duplication, and soul evolution.
所以这个思想调整者也会进化吗？
不是，它就是3个阶段，在人的不同的阶段，大概起的作用不同。第一个阶段就相当于人可塑性、身心都有可塑性比较大的，然后对，从一开始到来6岁多嘛，到20岁，所以叫思想改变者。20岁到40岁呢，叫思想调整者。调整者就相当于了。第一阶段改变是比较大的，它起的作用比较大。第二个阶段调整者就是相当于你对吧？他只是给你提供建议，你可以采纳，可以不采纳，就是微调了。然后第3个阶段呢，脱离肉体，从获得判断到脱离肉体，像思想控制者，那就相当于就是到最后那个他是肉体如果不行了，他就离开嘛，他就叫思想控制者。
第3阶段比较难体会。对，艾迪回来了。
都一会儿都可以问他。
OK。
还有他最后那一句，这可能就是永远下书其他的部分有关系。Heidi,
Hey, sorry about that. How far did you get?
We completed the first session.
Right up to where it says origin of thought adjusters?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to say that this I'm just, while you were reading, I was just reading this to catch up with you guys. It's interesting that it says it is the adjuster in 3 paragraphs above where you are now, right? 3 paragraphs above you. It starts with, it is the adjuster who creates within man that unquenchable yearning and incessant longing to be like God, to attain paradise, and there before the actual person of your worship, the infinite. So the paradise Father draws him near. The adjuster is the living presence which actually links the mortal son with paradise Father and draws him nearer and nearer to the Father. So I just wanted to emphasize that sense, because when I'm reading it, because I know because I can feel that there is an innate longing in man to be like God and to meet God and to see God, right? I believe it's universal. I didn't know it came from the thought adjuster. I thought maybe it was like in our DNA, like maybe even primitive men had it in a way, but since we were just reading about I know you can't translate all this, but since we were just,
yeah,
I'll tell you, and then in your own words, since we were reading about the primitive men a minute ago, they really didn't have that longing because they didn't even have a concept of God. You know, they didn't know the sun, the moon, the ghosts, clouds, mist, fog. So it's when you get the thought adjuster that you get that yearning.
他就说这个读到这一段哈，就107.0.5这一段哈，他就是说他海底读到这一段，他说原来是思想调整者在我们内里创造了这种无法抑制的向往和不断的渴望所以呢，我们总是就是说那个向往跟神见面啊，向往能够看到神啊，向往像神一样的完美那个。我原来以为呢是在我们的 DNA 当中的，那么那些的原始人他们也有敬拜神月亮甚至恐惧奴务这种的恐惧。Heidi, the primitive men, if they worship the sun, moon, or they're afraid of fog, so is this an indication of their fear of God, or it's kind of mimic their worship of God? What do you mean?
What I mean is that that I was just reminded a few minutes ago when I was reading about the primitive men, they had no concept of God whatsoever. They didn't, I mean, they were just afraid of ghosts and fog and mist and the moon and lightning and thunder. They didn't have a concept of God. They didn't have a yearning to get to be like God or to get to know God, because they weren't even aware of God.
对，就是那些原始人，他们没有神的概念，他们只是就是说出于一种动物的恐惧，就是害怕这些自然的东西啊，像太阳啊、月亮啊，甚至奴物，他们都非常的害怕恐惧，但是他们没有神的概念。
I think that once your soul, your soul evolves with your mind working with your adjuster. So I think that once you have an evolved soul, then you do become aware of God, even without the adjuster.
那么如果随着你的灵魂的进化，那么你的心智跟那个思想调整者结合，你慢慢的就会生出对神的一种敬拜。
And I say that because, the prince's staff of 100, they didn't, for some reason, their adjusters waited for them on Jerusalem, which is the headquarters of our local system, Satania, where they came from. They came from Jerusalem, the headquarters of our local system. They were separated from their adjusters when they came here. So I'm not saying that without an adjuster, you have no awareness of God, but they were evolved. So they were way advanced. They were mortals, but they were way advanced of us. They had already gone through the mansion worlds and were living on Jerusalem. They had not merged with their adjusters yet. That's why their adjusters could be left on Jerusalem waiting for them when they came. I don't know why they didn't have adjusters when the book doesn't say why they were separated from their adjusters when they came down on this planet. If they hadn't been, probably it's a good chance that 60% of them wouldn't have rebelled with Caligastia if they had still had their adjusters in them. But what I'm saying is that before you have an adjuster, I know this is a lot. Before you have an adjuster, you may have no concept of God at all. Later, after you have an adjuster and develop your soul, then you could be separated from your adjuster and you could still have an idea about God.
他就
Does
说
that
那个
make sense?
他就说你有了思想调整者呢，你就是有神的概念，然后 later 就是说过后，即使是你跟思想调整者分开了，也应该也还是有神的概念。那你比如说，他就说指的那个我们那星球王子的那些100个工作人员，就是他带来到这个星球来协助他工作的100个那个工作人员，他们的思想调整者是在耶路撒冷的就是我们地方系统的那个总部那个地方。那么他们就作为一个就是那个一个凡人的身份一样，就是来协助工作。但是他们曾经是就是在宅下世界当中待过的，所以呢但是呢，这些100个工作人员也是有60%是背叛了的，所以他就在那儿猜想，就是如果他们的思想调整跟他们在一起，也许就没有这么大的比例背叛了吧。
So this last paragraph that you just read on the evolutionary worlds, the will creatures traverse 3 general developmental stages of being. This is very, very interesting.
它是最后一段107.0.7这一段就是说受造物经历3个一般的发展阶段，这一段非常有意思。
I always forget about this.
我经常就是忘记这个。
From the arrival of the adjuster to the I know you read this already, but from the arrival of the adjuster to the comparative full growth, about 20 years on Urantia, the monitors are sometimes designated thought changers. So I know you read this. So what they're saying is that there's 3 distinct phases where the celestial beings, that they actually often refer to the thought adjusters differently in these 3 stages, because they have kind of different, they function a little differently. So that's very, very interesting. So for the first 20 years, they're thought changers. For the next 20 years, they're called the age of discretion. About 40 years, they're sometimes called thought adjusters. And then from the age of discretion, the attainment of discretion to the deliverance from the flesh, they are often called thought controllers. That's fascinating. So it means that at first they're actually trying to change your thoughts, right? I would say they're trying to make corrections, right? You're like wrong thinking, right? I'm just guessing what this could mean, because this is the only place they say this in the whole book. So the next stage, they're trying to adjust your thoughts. That's what we think of, thought adjusters. So you've learned to think maybe a little better, or hear them a little more. So they're just making adjustments. They're not totally changing, like, don't think like that, think like this. So and then the last they're saying thought controllers. So that means that during after 40 until you die, I guess this is if you're progressing in a good, healthy way, then they're controlling your thought. So they're not, there's a difference between changing it and controlling it, right? It's very interesting. So what does controlling mean? I think it means that you're kind of in compliance, if you know what I mean. You're like, you're not going astray. Yeah. You're thinking like they are.
Surrender to God's will.
Yeah, you've given them control. You've given them control. So you can try to explain some of that.
You then succumb to God's will more in your later life.
Submit, yeah.
Yeah.
Try to explain some of that.
他就说到这个，为什么在人生的3个阶段思想调整者就是可以被给予不同的称呼。你比如说，在人最早期的20岁以前，他叫思想改变者就相当于人家建立人生观、价值观的最重要的阶段就是可以思想调整者可以施予最大的这个作用。然后你20到40人都比较成熟了，心智各个方面都比较成熟了，那么那个时候思想调整者可以做一些的调整，只能做一些调整是来那个做一些微调一样的。那么第3个阶段的人就比较成熟了之后，他们可能更愿意服从上天的旨意活按上帝的旨意生活，那么给那个上帝更多的指导指挥权，那么就成为思想控制者他是海底是这样认为的。有道理我觉得是有道理的。
我有个问题，如果说人到了40岁或到了20岁还没有成熟，那思想调整者会怎么办？就他本来40岁就要开始转成思想控制者，可是搞不好他到40岁思想都还没有建立起来，还没被调整好，然后他就继续调整他嘛。
那就对你不给神那个控制的地位，那么神只能在边上那说我这样建议你自己看着办吧。他因为人都有自由意志嘛，其实在哪个阶段他都有自由意志，只是我们让这个自由意志怎么样去跟神的意志相配合。第一个阶段我们的自由意志还没有完全建立起来，没那么有个性，那么神就可以大刀阔斧的当你的老师，思想改变者。 later，哎，你自个儿长了自己的那个了主意了，有主意了，那么我只能退居到你的朋友的位置，给你一些建议。哎，你 take 或者是不 take，都随你的便，对吧？那个随着我们的成熟，那么发现，哎呀，还是遵从神的旨意啊。这就像我们叫什么什么60耳顺，就是那种的，哎，怎么样都行。啊，那种的就是顺天了，可以顺天的旨意了，不那么有自个儿的主意了。那么我们就可以更多的放手，更多的不是那用自己的意志去掌控。那么就那个阶段就那个可以思想调整者可以作为思想控制者。那当然就是个人在哪一个到哪个阶段都不一定是。
But then it says something very mysterious. At the end of that paragraph, it says, these 3 phases of mortal life have no connection with the 3 stages of adjuster progress in mind duplication and soul evolution. That's I don't know what they're talking about there, what 3 phases they're talking about. But that it would be nice to find out. Maybe it says, maybe they'll tell us further in this section.
哦，那么这个Heidi 也对最后一句也不是太清楚。他说，也许在以后的章节当中会回应这一句，叫这3个凡人生活阶段与3个调整者在心智再生和灵魂演化方面取得进展的层次没有关系。
So it says that these 3 phases where the adjuster is interacting a little differently with our mind every say 20 years is different than the 3 phases of mortal life, than the 3 stages of adjuster progress in mind duplication and soul evolution. Now, I don't know what they mean by mind duplication. What does that mean? Duplicating, replicating the mind? But soul evolution, I do understand what that means, because our soul is evolving as, you know, from I guess our first moral decision, right? It starts throughout our life. The more we interact with our thought adjuster, the more we listen to, the more we're guided by, the more our soul evolves. So there's apparently 3 phases in soul evolution also. I don't know about the mind duplication part. Hopefully they'll tell us. But apparently there's 3 stages, which I didn't know. I wasn't aware of that. I mean, obviously I've read this before, but it never registered, you know. So there are 3 phases in our soul evolution, and I would assume they're talking about this mortal life.
他说这个3个灵魂演化阶段，他也不是特别清楚。那么灵魂的进化呢，当然这个是实际存在的，就是我们跟那个思想调整者相互这个交互作用越多呢，那么灵魂就越进化。那么但是呢，他说这3个阶段到底是指的是什么，他也不太清楚。That has something to do with the 7 psychic circle that will be mentioned.
I don't think so, though. That's the thing. Maybe, but I don't think so, because I think if it did, first of all, there's 7 psychic circles, and they're talking about connection with 3 stages of adjuster progress in soul evolution and mind duplication. So it may, but I don't think so. I think this is very mysterious. I think we'll have to, hopefully we'll find out.
是不是7个心灵圆圈有
My
关？
refrigerator's open. Hold on. I'll be right back.
对，在国后不知道哪一篇里边，思想调整者篇章里边提到7个心灵圆圈，就是也是相当于就是我们的灵魂进化的7个层次一样的。我说是不是跟那个有关系？他说他不觉得是啊。 也许
Yeah.
不知道，现在在继续学习，
Okay. So I spilled my coffee a little bit.
Do we
I'm a very-
read the next session, or you can
Yeah.
you know?
No, I'm good. Okay, number 1, origin of thought adjusters.
第一部分是思想调整者的起源。
Since thought adjusters are of the essence of original deity, no one may presume to discourse authoritatively upon their nature and origin. I can only impart the traditions of Salvington and the beliefs of Uversa. I can only explain how we regard these mystery monitors and their associated entities throughout the grand universe. Now, the Salvington, I'm just reminding you, Salvington is the headquarters planet of our local universe, Nebadon, and Uversa is the headquarters of our super universe, Orvantan. I would say, Ricky, I would say that first. I would say, and then read that.
Yeah， 他就说呀，萨尔文顿萨尔文顿是这个我们的当地宇宙的这个总部，然后 Uversa 呢是我们的超级宇宙的总部这一段是说，由于思想调整者是原初神灵的本质，没有人可以自以为是的谈论他们的本质和起源。我只能传授萨尔文顿的传统和Uversa的信仰，我只能解释我们如何看待这些神秘告诫者和他们在整个大宇宙中的相关实体。
So I think that's pretty clear. What they're saying is they can't tell this solitary messenger, he can't tell us what the origin of a thought adjuster is because no one knows the origin of God. That's what this is saying.
对，就这个相当于这个难度使者，他就是这一段，他就说，实际上他们也不了解这个，完全了解这思想调整者的这个本质他们只能就是传播他们了解的，从他们的层次所了解的。
So he can only tell us how these higher beings. In other words, he's saying, I don't know where God comes from, but I can tell you what we all think and believe about the thought adjusters in Uversa and Salvington, these what we, the higher beings, how we see them. That's what he's saying.
对，他就说我们只能传播，就是按照我们的这个我所知的传统和信仰我们是怎么样看待的。
I'm reading. Though there are diverse opinions regarding the mode of the bestowal of thought adjusters, there exist no such differences concerning their origin. All are agreed that they proceed direct from the Universal Father, the first source and center.
对，他说尽管对思想调整者的赠予方式有不同的观点，但对他们的起源却没有这样大的分歧。大家都同意他们直接来自万有之父及第一本源与中心。
So they're saying, yeah. So there's diverse opinions about the bestowal. So no one's really sure when they say bestowal, that means no one's really sure how they get into our minds, how God puts them into our minds. No, there's different opinions, but no one really knows.
Yeah, 他就说这个赠予的方式方法、技术那个怎么样跟我们的心智结合了，像这个大概有不同的观点，但是呢，就是起源却没有那个争议。
But there's no question at all that they are of God, from God, part of God.
我说我没有争议，就是说他是从神来的，是神的一部分，就是神。
I'm reading, they are not created beings. They are fragmentized entities constituting the factual presence of the infinite God. Together with their many unrevealed associates, so those are people they're not telling us about, the adjusters are undiluted and unmixed divinity, unqualified and unattenuated parts of deity. They are of God, and as far as we are able to discern, they are God.
哇塞，这一段你看，他们不是被造的存有，他们是构成无限之神事实性临在的片段化实体，与他们许多未被揭示的同伴一起。调整者是未稀释、未混合的神性，是神灵无限定、无衰减的部分。他们属于神，而且就我们所能辨别的，他们就是神。
So basically, they're just saying when they differentiate from God, right? They differentiate. They don't become mixed with anything. They don't become diluted with anything. It's kind of what I'm talking about, the teachings of the Rancha book, right? We can't dilute them. We can't mix them. They are God. They're still God. They're a part of God, but each part is like part of the whole thing.
Yeah. 他说那个他是神的片段，但他又是整个的神，就是既是片段又是整体。
Yeah. So as to the time of their beginning, separate existences apart from the absoluteness of the first source and center, we do not know. Neither do we know their number. We know very little concerning their careers until they arrive on the planets of time to indwell human minds. But from that time on, we are more or less familiar with their cosmic progression up to and including the consummation of their triune destinies, attainment of personality by fusion with some mortal ascender, attainment of personality by fiat of the universal Father, or liberation from the known assignments of thought adjusters. See, if they either fuse or they become liberated from this assignment. If we don't fuse with them.
Yeah. 至于他们在第一本源与中心的绝对性之外开始独立存在的时间，我们并不知道，我们也不知道他们的数量，我们对他们的生涯知之甚少，直到他们来到时间的行星上，驻居在人类的心智中。但从那时起，我们或多或少的熟悉他们，直至并包括他们三位一体命运之圆满的宇宙进程，通过与一些凡人扬升者的融合获得人格，通过万有之父的指令获得人格，或从思想调整者的已知任务中解放出来。
But I forgot. Yeah, I forgot. They remember. They also live in beings where they're not supposed to fuse. They live in other mortals on other worlds just for one lifetime. They're not always supposed to fuse. Well, I could be wrong. Maybe I'm trying to think. Ricky, I'm trying to think if it's just that people don't fuse with them, or if they're not even supposed to fuse. I'm not sure. But let's just leave that. Don't bother translating that. I'm sure they'll tell us in this section. We'll find out.
Yeah, sure.
But they live in, but you can just say this. They live in many beings without fusing.
就是这些思想调整者可能是跟很多的人格试图去融合，对，没有融合他们就解放出来嘛，所以他们可能经过了很多的人格。
Okay, I won't go on because we're reading the papers, so they're going to tell us. So I'm reading now. Although we do not know, we presume that adjusters are being constantly individualized as the universe enlarges and as the candidates for adjuster fusion increase in numbers. but it may be equally possible that we are in error in attempting to assign a numerical magnitude to the adjusters. Like God himself, these fragments of this unfathomable nature may be existentially infinite.
这段说，虽然我们不知道，但我们推测，随着宇宙的扩大以及调整者融合之候选者数量的增加，调整者正在不断的被个体化。但同样可能的是，我们试图给调整者赋予一个数值量级是错误的，就像神自己一样。这些它深不可测本质的片段，在存在上可能是无限的。
So the technique of the origin of the thought adjusters is one of the unrevealed functions of the Universal Father. We have every reason to believe that none of the other absolute associates of the first source and center, which is God, of course, Father, same thing, have aught to do with the production of father fragments. So they're just saying he just seems to do it by himself, doesn't need anyone else. Adjusters are simply and eternally the divine gifts. They are of God and from God, and they are like God.
这段说，思想调整者起源的技法是万有之父的未揭示功能之一，我们完全有理由相信。第一本源与中心的其他绝对伙伴与上父片段的产生没有任何关系。调整者是简单而永恒的神之礼物，他们属于神，他们来自神，他们就像神一样。
But I'm just saying, but there are other fragment, you know, the infinite spirit and the son also can give some people are sun fused and some are spirit fused. So God isn't the only one who can do this little trick.
God, so
I'm just saying this.
I didn't get that. I kind
Okay.
of.
So sometimes I forget this, but thought adjusters are God fragments, mystery matter fragments of God. But there are also some other beings who have sun fragments, eternal sun fragments, or infinite spirit there, and they're called spirit fused or sun fused mortals. Not everyone is father fused like us. Not all. I don't know if they're called thought adjusters, but you know what I mean? But they're not all fragments of God. Others have fragments of the infinite spirit of the Son. I think that's more rare. I think more mortals have father fragments.
说有一些的存有就是可以跟圣子永恒之子去融合，或者跟圣灵去融合，不见得一定就是跟那个可能他们内心就不叫 thought adjuster， 就是思想调整者，对，但是就是说我们对，就是说跟上父这个融合是其中的一种融合吧。
For instance, if you die as a child and go to the Marancha world, you might I'm just guessing, but that might be the kind of person who would be sun fused, right? Because you have to have the whole moral experience on a mortal planet to be a father fused. There's other beings that are mortals, but they haven't had the whole experience, and they don't get father fragments, but they will get sun fragments, or I'm just using that as an example. That may not be the ones, but or you know, or they could be from other planets that are just
对，就是说有成熟的这个，不是有完整的那个凡人的体验，那么才有可能是这个是父跟父融合。那么如果是你作为一个孩子死了，那么你有进入宅下世界，那么你可能是跟那个圣子融合，可能性比较。对。
Reading. In their relationship to fusion creatures, that's us, they reveal a supernal love and spiritual ministry that is profoundly confirmative of the declaration that God is spirit. But there is much that takes place in addition to this transcendent ministry that has never been revealed to Urantia mortals.
在他们与融合受造物的关系中，他们揭示了一种超然的爱和灵性的侍奉，这深刻证实了神是属灵的宣言。但是除了这种超然的侍奉外，还有许多事情发生，而这些从未向约染下的凡人透露过。
And Heidi note, I'm making a note here that this is a good example of why this is a revelation, because so much of this book was compiled from human sources. So some people might think, why are you calling this a revelation? These teachings were already in books on this planet before. It can't be a revelation. But that's because things like this that are revealed for the first, there's so much in here like this that just says this transcendent ministry that has never been revealed to your mortals. This whole idea about the thought adjusters is new. This is the first time we're ever hearing about this on this planet. That's why this book is a revelation, because of things like this.
这个他这一点在这儿有个说明，就是说有的人说啊，这个月下之书里边很多的信息都是从以前呢是那些的著作当中有雷同的，但是呢也有一些是新的，从来没有启示过的超越的信息和启示啊。你比如说关于思想调整者的，就是以前的著作没有启示过的。
Reading. Neither do we fully understand just what really transpires when the Universal Father gives of himself to be part of the personality of a creature of time. Okay, neither do we fully understand what really transpires. Okay, nor has the ascending progression of the paradise finalators as yet disclosed the full possibilities inherent in this supernal partnership of man and God. In the last analysis, the Father fragments must be the gift of the absolute God to those creatures whose destiny encompasses the possibility of the attainment of God as absolute.
天堂终局者当我们也不完全理解，当万有之父奉献自己成为一个时间受造物人格的一部分时，究竟发生了什么？天堂终局者的扬升进程也没有揭示人与神这种超级伙伴关系所固有的全部可能性。归根结底，上述的片段必须是绝对之神给予那些其命运包含达到绝对之神可能性的受造物之礼物。
When and that Heidi note, when they're saying we don't really know what transpires when when God gives part of himself to a person, a mortal, and then nor has the ascending progression of the paradise finalators, that's us, the paradise finalators, as yet disclosed the full possibilities inherent in this partnership with man and God. That's because finalators, the core of mortal finality, where we go after we meet God, they're only in their seventh stage. They've only reached the stage where they meet God and join the core of mortal finality. Their next job has not been disclosed yet. The higher beings believe that there's another destiny for finalators, like helping to civilize and administer the outer universes, but they don't know what's in store for mortal finalators. That's why they're saying they don't know the whole potential of what a partnership between man and God can be. We haven't seen the whole thing yet. That's what they're saying.
最后那一句呢，就是说这个人与神这种超级关系所固有的全部可能性。那么天堂终局者团队，那么他们经过7个阶段扬升到终局者团队以后，那个更高级的存有说，那个大概是神是让这些终局者到时候，帮助神管理那些的外宇宙啊，扩大扩充。但是他具体的任务没有透露，所以这个地方是说那也没有揭示这个固有关系的全部可能性。
So when they say in the last analysis, the last sentence, in the last analysis, the father fragments must be the gift of the absolute God to those creatures whose destiny encompasses the possibility of the attainment of God as absolute. These are the kind of things that are very hard to understand. I think what they're saying is that God, I don't think anyone has experienced God the absolute yet. I don't know. We have to go read all about God and the absolute. This is all really tricky stuff. But I think what they're saying is that that's a possibility to one day attain God as absolute. I think it's another dimension that we're not there yet in this world, in these current universes. That's what I think. I think what they're saying is, but the fact that we have God in us means we can definitely attain that. So that I'm just guessing, but I just want to at least have a little bit of sense of what that last sentence means.
对，就是我们作为有这个什么，只是存在这个潜力，就达到这个绝对之神的这个潜力，我们还没有到达那个地方。
When later on we'll read about the nature of God, and we'll read about God the absolute and God the absonite and God, different levels and dimensions of God, but that's tricky stuff.
对，以后我们会读到这个神的不同的维次，什么绝对的绝对之神啊，还有什么就是在那个有限无限之间的那个中间的那个层，我忘了那个叫什么，绝限，那是绝限层，对，这不同的
something to look forward to.
这个是这种不同的阶段哈，是非常令人向往的。
Okay, reading. As the universal, this last paragraph of this section, as the universal Father fragmentizes his pre-personal deity, so does the infinite Spirit individuate portions. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. So does the infinite Spirit individuate portions of his pre-mind spirit to indwell and actually to fuse with the evolutionary souls of the surviving mortals of the Spirit fused series. So that's what I was talking about, right? So the infinite Spirit does the same thing with other types of beings, Spirit fused. We're Father fused. But the nature of the eternal Son, there aren't, I thought there were Son fused. Okay, wait, listen. But the nature of the eternal Son is not thus fragmentable. The spirit of the original Son is either diffuse or discretely personal. Sun-fused creatures are united with individualized bestowals of the spirit of the creator sons of the eternal Son. I knew there were sun-fused mortals, but they're not from the eternal Son. They're fused with the creator sons. That's interesting.
这段翻译是：正如万有之父将其准人格神灵片段化，无限之灵也同样将其准心智属灵的一部分独立出来， 以内住，并实际上与属灵融合系列中续存凡人的净化灵魂融合。但是永恒之子的本质并不是这样可片段化的。原始之子的属灵要么是分散的，要么是单独个人的。
I think
上
this
子融合类，上子融合类受造物是与永恒之子的造物之子之灵的个性化赠与相结合。My goodness, I don't understand.
Yeah, we'll work it out. I think what they're saying is, okay, very simply, what they're saying is the infinite spirit does the same thing as God. They call it he, so that the infinite spirit, sometimes the infinite spirit creates the creative mother spirits in each local universe, and they're called mothers, but the infinite spirit, and they reflect him, and they're called mother spirits, but he is called a he. So I always think that's interesting. We may as well say that, and then I'll go on.
这个无限之灵呢，它是这个产生创造者母灵，但是创造者母灵呢，就又那个，就是从性别的角度，上一节到下一节好像正好又转换了。
So what they're saying is that the infinite spirit does the same thing God does. He fragmentizes himself. He creates fragments of himself that he sends out to indwell in individuals, and those individuals can merge with that spirit fragment and become spirit fused. We become father fused. So it's the same thing, but they become spirit fused beings. We become father fused beings. And then I'll talk about the son.
他就说那个无限之灵大概像就像那个父灵一样，它是就是可以内住到那些的个体当中，成为圣灵融合的个体。
So the Father is different in nature. They're both God, and the infinite spirit is God, and they're both God, but the Father is different in nature than the infinite spirit. So this is me talking. If you're spirit fused, you must have a little bit of a different nature than if you're father fused, right? I wonder if you could recognize, oh, that person must be spirit fused. That person must be father fused, because you actually merge with that God being. So it must affect who you are in some way, or how you see things, or it'll be really fun to meet spirit fused beings. That's what I'm saying.
说这个父跟圣灵稍微在本质上有点不同，那么就是可能就是由圣灵内住的和由这个上父内住的个体可能会不太一样。他说，对，他是表达这样的意思。
The three gods of the Trinity all relate to us individually, but they do it in different ways.
他说
I'm
这
just saying
三位
this.
人的三位一体内住的方式，就是说有些不同。
God, the Father, it seems to me that God the Father relates to us through our personality, which is a gift from God, and seems to connect us to him, to God the Father in paradise, and on another level through our thought adjuster.
OK， 就是上父呢，就是那个跟我们联系呢，是赠予我们人格啊，这个一方面；另外一方面呢，是通过思想调整者跟我们建立联系。
The Son seems to relate to us through our spirits. Now God is our spirit, so I'm not sure what, but all spiritual influences are from this in the universe are usually from the sun. But also I think that he relates to, now I'm just guessing here, but I think that he mostly relates to us through our creator sons, the sovereigns of our local universes, who relate to us who can relate to us on a very personal level.
圣子呢，跟我们那个联系呢，往往是通过圣灵来施加影响的。那么也从那个创造者之子、创造之子，那个也来施加影响，还有那个通过我们的当地宇宙的管理者来施加影响。
But I might be selling him the eternal son short, because the son, the eternal son is spirit. So all spiritual influences are really governed by the eternal son. So he's probably very much influencing us all the time, even beyond and above the creator son's influence, which is extremely powerful as well. So I don't want to sell him short.
就是永恒之子有可能，不单单是通过创造之子的来施加影响，还有其他的影响。
But they say here that he is not fragmentable. He cannot create fragments of himself to live in mortals the way God can and the infinite spirit can. That's what they're saying here. He can't do that.
对，但是圣子呢，他就没有办法片段化，就像圣父和圣灵那样的片段化。
Now this is where it gets tricky. It says the spirit of the original son, it can't be fragmented into little fragments, but it is either diffuse or discretely personal. So that means it's either discretely personal, but not a fragment. So it's like person to person, right? See the fragments are pre-personal. They're in us, but they're not they do have personality because they're God, and God is personality, but they don't have a distinct personality like we have, right? Like where you could recognize. Personality is distinct and it's recognizable. The personality, they call it pre-personal. Okay, I'm saying so much, I don't know how you're going to translate this, but let me say it to you and then you can ask me questions and then see, this is, okay. The Urantia book calls the thought adjuster pre-personal, and also the fragments from the I am reinterpreting that because I think it's just impossible to understand. I don't believe it doesn't have personality. It does. The Urantia book doesn't say it doesn't have. It just says pre-personal, and then it has personality when it merges with us. But I believe what I prefer to say it this way. I think it's easier to understand. The thought adjuster is the personality of God, which is personality. When it merges with us, it takes on our personality. It enhances and augments our personality. It's no longer God's, who is personality, and our distinct personality. So God, who is personality, is not as easily recognizable as a distinct person, because God is everywhere. And when you finally meet God, then you'll recognize his personality, which is all personality. All personality comes from God. So he has to be all personality. We can't have a personality that's not somehow in God because it comes from him. So God is all person. I would say instead of pre-personal, I'd say all personal. And then it merges with us, and then it becomes our unique personality. Has the upper hand. That's the one you'll recognize. We'll always recognize each other, even when we merge with our thought adjuster, which is all personality. We'll just have an enhanced, more godlike personality, but it'll still be us. Our personality will be the one personality that's us. Okay. Now,
Yeah.
This is saying that.
Hold on. Can I translate a little bit?
Yeah.
I'll try my best. 那就是说，那个思想调整者呢，预言下之术说是准人格的啊，但是他是认为呢，就是说，如果是神，他也是有人格的，但是他是一切人格哈。然后呢，人格往往就是说，它是具有特别的、个别的有特异性的。那么就是那个思想调整进入我们里边，是加强、提升我们的人格啊，那个是这样的一个作用啊。然后呢 ？OK。
So the fragments from the infinite spirit and God the Father they're calling them pre-personal. I'm calling them all personal, right? Beyond you distinct personality, encompassing the entire personality of God and of the infinite spirit. So they're not recognizable as like human distinct personalities, but and then they merge with us. But they're saying that the original son, he can't fragmentize himself because he is either diffuse or discretely personal. So diffuse would mean he's kind of everywhere. And that, I believe, could be like the spirit of truth, right? Because that would be diffuse. When Jesus is of the eternal son, right? He's the creator sons are just like very much like the eternal son. So when Christ, Jesus Christ, poured out the spirit of truth on us, that's a diffuse, right? It's not discretely personal. It's one spirit of truth poured out on all of us. Now, I find it very hard to understand what the spirit of truth is, but I think we can feel it. I think it's kind of in the air. I think it's like Jesus's presence. And I think it also is like a force that is like in harmony with truth, because they call it the spirit of truth. They could call it anything. They could call it the spirit of love, the spirit of wisdom, the spirit of goodness, beauty. They call it the spirit of truth. So I feel like Jesus poured out like an extra blanket of energy that's in perfect harmony with the truth, so that whenever we have a true thought or a true feeling or see the truth, we get a special feeling. We get like a connection to it. I think it enhances the truth on our planet. That's what I think the spirit of truth is. I don't know. I'm just guessing.
Yeah, OK. 那么他就是说那个，上父和无限之灵呢，他们就都是准人格的，但是这个无限之灵呢，它却是这个用的词叫 diffuse， 就是说它是到处都有的。那么无限这个真理之灵，这个耶稣那个是永恒之子嘛，他离开的时候，相当于播撒这个真理之灵到世间哈，我们所有的人其实都可以感到它的存在，那么像一种力量一样，使我们跟那个真理更能够融合协调啊。它不叫这个好的灵或者美的灵，它叫真理之灵。那么这就像一个能量一样，就是能量之毯，能量的毯子一样覆盖下来，就是当我们就是跟这个真理之灵能够协调啊相连的时候，我们相当于都就被加强了。
I think the spirit of truth that Jesus poured out on our planet right before he left for good, it was the last thing he did. I think it enhances our ability to recognize the truth and to appreciate the truth.
那这个他走之前这泼洒下的这个真理之灵呢，是增加了我们的能力，这种能力使我们能够认识和珍赏神。
I
这
think
认
that
识和欣赏真理。
I think that maybe when you watch a figure skater and they do this amazing thing and you get chills in your body, or when you see a movie scene that just touches you so deeply, or you read a poem and you just feel like you're transported somewhere by some words that are so amazing. I think all those thoughts, especially when you get chills, when it gives you chills, I think that's probably when you're interacting with the spirit of truth. Probably. My guess.
他就说，当你就是在文艺作品啊，或者是影视作品当中好像被带到一个更穿越的境地啊，或者有一些很那个的，身上起鸡皮疙瘩的那种体验啊，有可能就是你跟真理之灵有一些的交集。
Now, the infinite spirit relates to us directly through our minds.
那无限之灵直接跟我们的心智相交。
On this planet, on the material worlds, the first earthly planet, human being planet, the first planets, the material planets, they're called the adjutant mind spirits.
Agitated mind spirit, what's that?
Yeah, that's what we have here. And then when we get to the Morancha world, we no longer have these kind of minds. Our souls become our minds on the Morancha worlds. Our souls are created here with our minds and the thought adjusters. They're like forming a new entity, and that entity goes to the Morancha worlds, and then we think moda, like moda thoughts, different kind of thinking with those soul minds. We leave our earthly minds behind. So the adjutant spirits just operate with our physical minds here. But it's still the infinite spirit. All mind on all levels is the infinite spirit, and relating directly to each one of us.
这一段我不是太懂，就是在我们的物质的星球上，就是我们这个叫什么 agitated mind， 我不太 I don't understand agitated mind, what agitated mind means.
Adjutant, well, we'll have to read about it, but adjutant mind, let's just call them right now the adjutant mind circuits. It's a way, like our minds have to be tied into something higher in order to operate. They have to somehow connect to the infinite mind. So they just call it the name of the way that they do that on a physical planet. There's a special circuitry to relate to a physical mind, and that's on these physical planets. So there doesn't matter what they're called.
Yeah.
But on the Morancha mind, on the Morancha world, we have a different type of way of relating to the infinite spirit, our minds.
这个心智在这个物质的星球上是这个通过一个什么回路，就是这种叫 agitated mind 这样的回路来就是跟这个无限之灵联系，然后再下一个那个宅下世界以后呢，就是灵魂本身就成为心智啊，那我们就是用不同的方式来跟这个无限之灵来联系。
But we can transcend our physical minds and think with our souls even here. We can do that.
他说即使在物质世界，我们也可以超越这个心智哈，然后跟圣灵去联系。
So the eternal Son is not, he can't fragmentize himself to the way the infinite spirit and the Father can, to put fragments of himself into individual beings. but they say he is either diffuse, and when they say diffuse, I think they mean something like the spirit of truth. I think that would be diffuse. It's not, the spirit of truth is not a person. Like, I think it has a personality of Jesus, but it's not a person. I don't think the spirit of truth is a person. I think there's Jesus and his spirit of truth. I think it's his spirit, but it's diffuse. It's not like fragment in each one of us. We all access the same thing. It's for everyone.
对，这个圣灵它是就是永恒之子哈，它降下的这个圣灵它是弥漫式的啊，这个真理之灵，它不是像一个一个的人那样，就是给个体的人就是分裂开来，就是一份一份的给这个个体的灵魂去居住，它是整个的弥漫在这个空气当中的啊。是对每个人都是同等的接触机会。
So the infinite spirit connects to us through the mind, through the mind mechanism, the mind circuits, and also through the local universe mother spirits. And they are everywhere in the universe. They're very, very, very tricky beings. The infinite, the creative mother spirits don't seem to be in any one place. They seem to be everywhere, but they're also connecting to us through all of the ministering spirits in the super universe and the local universe. All of the angels, for instance, are ministering spirits who are from the creative mother spirit and the infinite spirit. Even the solitary messenger who wrote these papers is a spirit created by the infinite spirit. So they're always ministering to us. So the infinite spirit relates to us through the mind and also through all of the many ministering spirits that are created by the infinite spirit and the mother and the creative mother spirits who represent the infinite spirit in the local universe.
这无限之灵呢，通过脑回路了，对我们产生影响。那么也，通过这个地方宇宙的造物之母之灵啊，母灵，造物母灵来就是对我们施加影响。还有就是其他的，管理的。那些的灵，就是超级宇宙啊、当地宇宙啊那些的，都是由无限之灵创造的那些的神灵来，对我们施加影响。
So it's saying that the God the Father and the infinite spirit can create fragments of themselves to live inside mortal beings, and then those mortal beings can fuse with those fragments. Fine. It's saying the Son, the eternal Son, cannot do that. He is either diffuse or discretely personal. Now, we said that diffuse could be something like the spirit of truth. I'm just guessing. Diffuse, to me, it might be something like the spirit of truth. That would be a diffuse way of connecting to the eternal Son or our creator Son.
他就说无限之灵，就是他觉得就有可能是这是真理之灵的那个扩散式的那个弥漫式的那种方式，对。
But it says the original Son, the spirit of the original Son is either diffuse or discretely personal. So what does the discretely personal mean? Well, I don't know. I mean, is God discretely personal? Is the infinite spirit discretely personal? Maybe not. Their fragments are not discretely personal. We know that. They're not discretely personal. They're called pre-personal. So it looks like the eternal Son cannot be pre-personal, cannot have fragments that are you can only relate to him directly as a person, not he can't fragmentize. That's what it's saying. I think wait. I think I just thought of something. Sorry. I think I got what it means. I think I know what it means. The infinite spirit and the Father can create these fragments of themselves, to pre-personal fragments to live inside mortals. The eternal Son creates people, creator sons. That they are the creator sons, who are discretely personal beings, are for the eternal Son what the fragments are, maybe to God. See, God doesn't create little gods everywhere that are just, you know what I mean? The closest thing to God is the creator sons, who are like God, but they're really also like the creator, like the eternal Son, right? The creator sons are made by God the Father and the eternal Son together, make the creator sons. But they're not called creator gods. They're not called creator fathers. They're called creator sons. So they're very much like the sons. So they're the sons.
God and with whom creator sons?
The
God
eternal Son.
God and eternal Son,
like
creator sons.
Yeah, like the Trinity. You know, they create beings that are all three of them, each one, and then combinations. So God and the Father in the Trinity create the creator sons. So they are like God. Like they say, if you've seen the creator Son, you've seen God. So they're very much like God, but they're also of the nature of the Son, because the Son is very much like God too. So I think that's what they mean when they say that the original Son, he's the original. The creator sons are also sons of God. But they just say the original Son. See, they're not saying the eternal Son here. They're saying the original Son. So the creator sons are like
the original Son, are the eternal Son, or are the creator sons?
Here they're saying, but the nature of the eternal Son is fragmentable. The spirit of the original Son, so they're calling him the eternal Son, the original Son, same guy, is either diffuse or discretely personal. I think what they're saying here is that he can't create pre-personal fragments, can't do it. Instead, he creates creator sons who are discretely personal. And so they're like person to person. So we can relate to God as a pre-personal fragment inside us. If we want to relate to the eternal Son, we relate to the creator Son, who's a perfect representation of the eternal Son. And he's a person. But Jesus can relate to us inside spiritually. We don't have to go to Salvington to meet him. Where two or more are gathered, he is there also. He is with us right now. We can feel his presence if we can feel his presence. So is that starting to make sense? Yeah.
I'll sort out my whatever you talked about a little bit, only a little bit. 就是神和永恒之子创造了那个造物之子嘛，那我们就是可以通过这个造物之子来相当于跟神连接。这个永恒之子他不是那个准人格的，他不像那个上父和那个无限之灵是准人格的。那么他这个地方就说那个原始之子的属灵或者是分散的，就是弥漫的，或者是单独个人的。那么 他是认为当我们因为耶稣也是一个造物之子嘛，所以呢，就是说，当我们在他的名里聚集的时候，那么造物之子就是跟我们在一起的。我反正就理解到这一点，他就说的这个意思。
So let's make it, let's simplify it.
Yeah.
God, the Father, the infinite Spirit, the eternal Son are in the Trinity, but they're all God, but each one has different, I don't want to say abilities, but each one does things a little differently.
他说这个三位一体的神啊，每一部分就是大概就是不同的能力，那个工作的方式不大一样。
And each one has a distinct personality.
每个人的个性都不同。
They really are people. They really are persons. The Trinity are 3 people.
你可以把它比作3个人一样的。
The Father, God the Father, and the infinite Spirit can make fragments of themselves and put these in individual people. And these fragments are not like distinct personalities. It's not like you have another person. It's not like you're schizophrenic and you have 2 people in you. You are the personality, and its personality is like the infinite Spirit or like God, but it's not like a competing personality with you. Your personality is dominant.
那个上父啊，还有那无限之灵啊，他们都是就是那个都可以分一些片段到我们里边，但是但是他不会跟我们本来的人格相竞争，所以不会说我们里边怎么有2个人，不是的。
Your personality is in control of your free will always.
你可以，你的个性啊，你的人格是可以掌握你的自由意志的。
The fragments of the infinite Spirit or of God are called pre-personal because they may merge with your personality, and your personality will be the one personality that you have.
那他们就是上父和无限之灵，他们叫准人格，因为他们是可以跟你的人格来融合的。
But it's not like these fragments have no personality. They have the personality of God, and it's kind of all personalities in one. But they never impose their free will on your personality ever.
他们准是神他们其实也有人格，但是只有神的人格，他们是所有的人格在一个里边，但是他们从来不把他们的意志强加于你。
The eternal Son is different. He cannot create fragments of himself to put in individual people. Can't do it.
他就是永恒之子就不一样，他不能够把他自己跟那些的人格融合。
He either his spirit, instead of being able to put his spirit into fragments like the infinite Spirit and the God the Father, his spirit is either diffused, which means it's like the Spirit of truth. It's like not individualized, discrete entities. It's more like one spirit that's spread over an area, like Jesus spread the Spirit of truth over our planet. It didn't go, it's not the whole system, it's not the whole unit, it's just our planet. So he can spread his spirit over an area, but it's diffused. It's not individual fragments. It's one thing for all of us to access. That would be an example of a diffused spirit.
那这个耶稣可以把 把他的这个真理之灵呢，就是在某一个区域当中，整个的分散弥漫开来，比如说在我们的星球上，对，但是它不是一个单独独立的那么一个明显的单独的一个实体。
This diffusing his spirit seems to be, now I'm speculating, but it seems to be an ability of the eternal Son, not of the Father and the infinite Spirit. They can do the fragments, but I don't think they diffuse their spirit aside from the fact that God permeates everything. Aside from that.
I didn't get that.
Oh, well, I think that God, because he's the creator of everything, including the eternal Son and infinite Spirit, I think God is in every atom of every molecule of every photon of every way. I think he's everywhere I think everything is somehow a part of God. That's what I think, because it all comes from God, right?
Mm-hmm.
So aside from that, he doesn't seem to be diffuse his spirit the way our creator sons do with the spirit of truth. He doesn't seem to do that. He seems to give us these fragments, or we have to go or relate to us through personality, which is individual, each one of us individual, whereas the spirit of truth is diffused. We all access the same spirit, right? Whereas God relates to us through our personality, each one of us individually. It's different. So I think the eternal Son has the ability to diffuse his spirit in a way that God, the Father, and the infinite Spirit don't, but they have the ability to create fragments and inside mortals in a way that the eternal Son doesn't. Does that make sense?
Yeah, kind of their function are different.
Yeah. That's what it's saying.
那个神当然是造所有的，包括要造这个永恒之子，但是呢，他们作用方式不同这个神就不会说把他的灵就覆盖在所有的造物上面，而是作为一个片段来进到一个个体当中它不像这个永恒之子，他可以把他的灵遍布在这些造物里边。
So it's saying this Son has this ability to diffuse his spirit, which would mean that many people could access it at once in the whole area.
对，你看他就是引用最后一句，就是上子融合类受造物，是与永恒之子的造物之子之灵的个性化赠与相结合。
Or it says here, or he can or his spirit can be discreetly personal, which fragments are not discreetly personal. They're all personality or pre-personality. They're not discrete personalities. So that's another difference. That now, how would he give us his spirit in a discreetly personal way? Through the creator sons. Each creator son in every local universe has a discrete, unique personality. They're all different. The thought adjusters aren't that different. The only thing that's different is their experience. But they're not that different than each other. Your thought adjuster and my thought adjuster are very similar. Only their experience is different.
他说这个思想调整者呢不大有区别，只是在于思想调整者的经验有不同。但是呢，就是造物之子呢，在每一个宇宙的造物之子的却是非常的不同的，人格方面呢迥然的不同。
So your thought adjuster might be older than mine. It might have lived in more people than mine, and your thought adjuster might have lived in different kinds of people and maybe accumulated different ways of communicating, and your thought adjuster may communicate with you differently than mine communicates with me, because I might want mine to have a great sense of humor and you might want yours to be more serious. But the nature of our thought adjusters is very similar. They're who they are, how they act, how they function. Their experience may be different, but their nature, who they are, is identical. They're both God.
那就是那个你的思想调整者有可能有经历过更多的人格，有更多的经验，比我的。那么我的有可能比较更有幽默感呐。然后呢，但是呢，从本质上来讲，他们都是就是神的片段嘛。那个这一点是都共同的。
But the creator sons are not the same. They're all as different as you and I are. They're different, completely different personalities. They're discrete they're discrete personalities, separate, unique personalities. So they're not like father fragments. They're not like spirit fragments. They're real, distinct personalities. They're different.
那造物之子呢，就像你和我一样，有着完全不同的人格，是单独的个体，就不像那个，不像思想调整者一样。
Okay, so now we know that's what this means. It means that the Father can give fragments, the infinite spirit can give fragments, the Son can diffuse his spirit and can create these distinct individuals to relate to us, because Jesus can relate to each one of us personally, just like our thought adjuster can. We don't have to go to Salvington to meet Jesus. Anytime you want. It says where two or more are gathered, he is there. That's automatically. That's whether we want him or not. If you and I are talking about Jesus, he's there. But if you personally want to talk to Jesus just by yourself, you can too. He's accessible, just like our thought adjusters are. But as a distinct individual, as a personality, your thought adjuster is not going to impose their personality. Jesus is an actual person with a distinct personality. It's different.
对，耶稣具有他就特别的个人和个性，并且他是每个人都可以直接跟他联络的，因为他是造物之子。因为这个原始之子所衍生的造物之子，那么它是可以非常非常单独和人格化的。
But, and this is the last thing on that, but it says that the Michael sons, the Christ Michaels, ours is Christ Michael. The Michael sons, the creator sons can, hold on, sun-fused creatures are united with individual cells of the spirit. They can fragmentize themselves into mortals. So you can, we're father, if we fuse with our adjusters, we become father fused mortals. Other beings who have fragments of infinite spirit become spirit fused mortals if they fuse. There are beings who become sun fused mortals, but they're not fused with the fragment of the eternal Son. They're fused with a fragment of the creator sons. So the creator sons can put a fragment of themselves in mortals, just like God in the infinite spirit can. And they can fuse with, and those mortals with those fragments from the bestowal sons can fuse with those fragments. So the bestowal sons can do it, but the eternal Son can't. He can only create the bestowal sons, but then they can fragmentize themselves. Does that make sense?
Yes. So
Okay.
The eternal Son creator Son. Creator Son can be endow mortals like the God.
Yes, just like the thought adjusters. But instead of having God the Father in you, you have a Jesus Christ fragment in you, a Michael Son, whichever one from your. It would be from your local universe, right? That's who.
Yeah. So in your local universe, the creator Son is like the God. Yeah.
He is like God, But
God.
the difference is he has a distinct personality. So you would fuse with that bestowal son, with that personality. And they're all God, but they're all a little different. They're all a little different. So I don't know if it would be pre-personal, but it would probably be, forget the pre-personal, that's just too complicated. But
对，他就说那个被跟造物之子融合的，那么这个呢，就是他是因为这个永恒之子，然后在那个他就是在和上帝，然后造的是那个造物之子嘛，造物之子就是说这个当地地方宇宙的神嘛，地方宇宙的神，那么他就可以跟这些的凡人去单独去融合，相当于被赐予的这就是说被赐予的儿子，被赐予的圣子去融合那这个被赐予的圣子呢，他就是有个性的，都不同的，就跟思想朝圣者内住我们那个内住方式就是不一样的。
So to sum it up, we've got Father fuse. We've got Father fragments. We've got infinite spirit fragments, and we've got bestowal son fragments, not eternal son fragments, but bestowal son fragments. So you can be Father fused, spirit fused, or son fused if you fuse with these fragments. But if you're son fused, you're fusing with your local bestowal son, not the eternal son. That's all. That's all it's saying.
他就说这个就是三种融合，跟上父融合，跟那个无限之灵融合，和跟子呢是就是说被赐予子的就造物之子的那个融合，三种的融合。那只有上父跟那个无限之灵它是有片段的嘛，那个永恒之子它是没有片段的，但是它在造物之子的层面它是可以片段化，然后内住到凡人里边。
Okay, should we read classification number 2, classification of adjusters?
No.
No, too much?
Yeah.
All right. You know me, I can go forever. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
listen, we got
it's up here.
Yeah, no, that's okay. That's okay.
My brain is catching fire. Too much.
Well, that last paragraph was a hard one.
Yeah.
I don't even know if I have it completely right. I think I have it pretty right. You know, I may not have it completely right because I'm just trying to figure it out as I go.
Yeah, with time being, I got what we are talking about. Yeah.
It's good enough. Good enough for now.
Yeah.
But this is good. This is good. We started the thought adjuster papers.
Yeah. Finally, huh?
Finally.
We got the introduction part and the first session of the paper 107 today. Yeah.
Yes. We're on our way. We're on our way breezing through thought adjusters.
Yeah.
This is it, and it's not all going to be this hard. I mean, parts of it are going to be easier. The next section's really easy. It's just describing the classification of thought adjusters, the virgins that haven't lived in anyone before, and the ones that have lived in more people before. You know, that stuff's easy to understand.
Yeah, and in the chat session, Karen has a comment in response to your comment regarding the translation of Chinese version. And did you see that?
I'm reading it now. One version has been translated, but has not passed the Foundation's review. So a second translation is being carried out. And it is currently expected the Chinese version will be published in another 5 to 8 years. I just think that's pathetic. No, I'm sorry. I don't want to offend anyone, but I just think that after 70 years to not have translated the book for the largest population on the planet is inexcusable. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm too critical, but I think, I work as a writer. That's my job. And I know about publishing, and I know about translating, and I know about technical writing. And it shouldn't take 70 years to translate a book into Chinese. That's ridiculous.
地只是表达，就是说对有世界上最大的人口的人群都没有这个书出版了70年都还没有一个中译版本，就是说表示遗憾。他说他是以写作为生的，那么他懂得写作，那么他认为70年都没有出一个这样的像样的版本，这种是没有理由的啊。他是表达
因为中文太复杂了，跟英文的这个解释，所以第一版没有被通过。那时候也是找学者，也是找大陆的学者，然后翻出来的，结果基金会没有 pass。
哦，
你跟孩子说，
他说那个first version seems to be translated by a scholar from mainland China, but it's kind of failed to pass by the foundation.
Yeah. But when was that finished? When was that completed?
About 10 years ago.
Okay, so it took 60 years. It took 60 years to do a really bad one.
他说那就是花了60年才出来一个非常差的版本，没有通过的版本，他就减掉10年。
Here's the thing. The foundation may do a lot of work, but their job is only to publish and translate the book. That's all they have to do. 2 things.
Yeah.
And the publisher, and they don't actually publish the book themselves. They send it out to be published. They're not actually, putting the books together and putting the covers on. They send it out. So they have basically, they oversee the publishing. They don't publish it. They oversee it. And they're supposed to get translations. So if you were in charge of translating the 5th epical revelation on the planet Earth, how would you go about it? You would think, well, what's the largest population on Earth? Oh, it's China. Maybe we should translate it into Chinese before 20 other languages. That's what you would think.
他就说那个如果因为基金会它主要的任务就是要把这个启示传播到这个全星球，那么如果是他是基金会的负责人，他就会想这个世界上最大的人群是哪一个？是中国人，那么这占有最大的人口，那首先其他的20个版本没出来之前，他就要先把这个中文的版本要给他搞出来。那么因为这个是这个基金会它的任务是就是说整个的监督这个版本这些不同译本的出版的。
Now, of course, if someone comes forward and says, I'm an expert translator, I'm professional, I'm one of the best in France, and I want to translate the book into French, of course you're going to let them do it. That's fine. You're not going to stop other translations, but your focus would be on the 1.2 billion people who speak Chinese. You'd think, that's important. It's important to get that translation done, but that wasn't how they were thinking. They were just waiting for people to come along and volunteer. Apparently, I mean, I don't know what else could make them wait that long.
说当然，如果有专家愿意说他自愿他来翻译法语怎么样的，因为基金会当然也不应该去阻止人这样做，但是呢，就这个他们的工作的来说有14亿、12亿人的人口，那么他就等着从这些人当中出来一个志愿者来做这样的工作，他认为这个是不可思议的。
And not only that, but I want to say this discreetly, but of all the people in the world, the largest group of people that probably, because of their shall we say, circumstances could use a book like this that could really help many of them because of their circumstances. It's even more important to translate it into Chinese, I think.
他说考虑到那个大部分那个地区人的一个特殊的情景，有可能这个本书的启示的信息对他们是尤为重要的。
So, I you know, what can I say? I don't know why. I don't know why they haven't focused on that. They'll have to explain it to someone more important to me that one day.
没有把工作重点放在这上面，这60年。
因为真的很难，因为我们有参与那个翻译小组嘛，然后每次在讨论，其实要把它用中文很精准的，其实我们 internal 我们内部也是很多的就是大家对很多的字的翻译都很难决定。
Yeah, Karen is participating in the translation team. She feels it's indeed challenging. Every time they meet, they indeed have a lot of disconsent on what words to use for certain, sentences or paragraphs.
Well, is there? Here's my question: do they? Okay. The Urantia Foundation has about $10 million or millions of dollars in the bank. Why don't they just hire the best Chinese American translator from China or America? Why don't they hire a very expensive, very, very, very good translator?
对啊，他们是hire人啊，我们的翻译是付费的。我们除了那个翻译之外，其他的是我们组织的这些 support 的是公益的，可是那个主要翻译者他是付费的。
Karen said, the major translator is indeed paid. Oh, yeah. The first Karen, Heidi said there are $10 million, for the foundation have, why not hire the most eligible, best translator?
Wait, you're translating what I said into English.
你要用中文讲
对，那个就是1000万的，就是说那个基金会有1000万的钱，这么多钱可以用来推动这个翻译工作啊？为什么不雇佣，就是说懂得中文和英文最棒的那些的翻译家来做这个工作？然后那个 Karen 就说，实际上他们翻译小组当中主要的那翻译是付费的其他的就是其他的人员就是帮助协助的性质的是那个志愿者的性质的。
那我讲的你要翻译给海底听。
那个。My mind is full. Yeah, so Karen said, the major translator of that is
what did she do? Was she translating that in Chinese?
the Karen, translating Karen.
She's losing her mind. She's losing her mind. She's short-circuiting.
Short-circuiting. Yeah, Karen said the major translator is indeed paid, is professional, but the assisting, supporting staff are volunteers.
Yep.
I'm telling you, whatever they're doing, it's not the right way to do it. It's taking too long.
Yeah. 他不管如何，他是不满意这个基金会的工作，不管他们现在怎么做，肯定是做的方法不对。
God bless them. God bless everyone. God bless everyone. But it's taking too long. China should have this book. China should have had this book at least 20 years ago.
他说这个就是这个上帝祝福每一个人，但是呢，他们的确花的时间太久了。那么至少20年前就应该有中译本了。
But who am I to say?
那我能说什么呢？
But it was written for a future era anyway, so it doesn't matter.
但是就是给未来的时代写的书，那么哎，没关系。Yeah. We're pioneers. We're harbingers.
Yeah. Anyway, this gives us a chance to make sure that when it does come to China, that maybe China will will keep the politics and the bureaucracy away from these teachings better than the Americans have done.
他说也许这样长一点时间的准备工作，那么这个译本出来的时候，准备在中国传播的时候，也许政治因素啊，或者是那种那个垄断的因素啊，会少一些，不会像在美国这样那么遇到那么多的困难。
The foundation got off to a very, very bad start. And luckily, most of the people who read the book around the world and in America don't have anything to do with the foundation, and many of them don't even know about it. That's a good thing.
那么就是他就说基金会实际上你开始然后就开始出一些问题，那么实际上读这本书的人几乎都跟这个基金会没有什么关系。
Because the foundation got off to a very bad start. Instead of publishing the book and translating the book, they got all involved in politics and trying to be, running the Urantia revelation and running the Brotherhood. And then they ended up in all kinds of legal problems, and they were suing everyone. And they had a terrible person was in charge who was crazy, a crazy man, an actual crazy man was in charge for many years. And they made a really, really bad name. They gave the Urantia book a bad name. When you have a beautiful, beautiful thing like this run by improperly by people who don't know what they're doing, it doesn't make the revelation look very good. Luckily, most people didn't even know about any of that. But let's hope that when it comes to China, finally, they'll do a better job than we have done over here.
对，他就说那个一开始的时候，基金会没有很好的去集中在他的主要的工作传播上面，但是呢，却把这个当一个好像生意去运作，然后呢，到处去可能是版权的问题吧，跟人家有法律的争执啊，并且就是一个很可怕的人在负责，然后跟那个就是专门传播的那个机构是发生那个法律方面的争执，反正就是名声很坏。就是如果一个很美丽的东西，然后却被人管得很差的话，那么就是很难人们就对这个东西，对这个好东西产生好的印象。他说，当然就是那个很幸运的是很少人知道这些了，对呀，他就说这是好事儿。
but also to be clear, there have been some wonderful, brilliant, wise people involved, not necessarily in the foundation, but in the bureaucracy and the administration of the Urantia like there, an organization was formed called the Urantia Fellowship, and my good friend Steve Dreyer was the head of it for a while, and he was always involved with it, and he is one of the wisest and most wonderful people I've ever met in my life. He died recently.
当然就是这外月然下之书的也有一些的非常的棒的很聪明很智慧的人，那么就是在这个当中那个对传播这本书也起了很大的作用。他的朋友叫 Steve Dreyer， 就是实际上就是那个兄弟会，就是月然下之书兄弟会，就是专门就是实际上来 传播月亮下之书的，那么这个组织就是他是曾经做过那个的头吧，他这个朋友啊是非常非常棒的，这就是对月亮下之书的理解也相当的深厚的这么一个人。
So Steve Dreyer and other people, they had to start the fellowship because originally the writers, the authors of the Urantia book said there was supposed to be a foundation and a brotherhood, two different organizations. The foundation was supposed to mainly publish the book and make translations, and the brotherhood was supposed to mainly have a brotherhood of readers, start this, be involved in fostering study groups around the world and have a place where readers could meet, could connect with each other. So that would be a brotherhood. But the foundation tried to take over the brotherhood, and they wouldn't let it be a separate organization. I think I have this right. It's a long time ago now. I remember when all this was going on, and they messed it up so much that the brotherhood, they had to start a whole new organization called the Fellowship in place of the brotherhood, because the foundation was trying to control everything.
就是月亮下之书的作者明确的指出，就是说要有2个单独的独立的组织，一个就是基金会，另外一个就是兄弟会。那个基金会是负责就是出版的翻译的，然后呢兄弟会呢是负责那个召集这个兄弟们，就是那个召集这个读者的啊，这是来陪那个孕育各种的学习小组的。那么可是呢，就是基金会呢，确实从一开始就是试图就是掌控这个兄弟会啊，不让它成为一个单独的那个组织，而到最后就是争执的结果是，就是说兄弟会只好单独出来另成立一个那个组织。
And my friend Steve Dreyer was always involved in the fellowship. He was the director at one point. But they never let there be directors for too long, because then they wanted to always have a revolving turnover, because they didn't want anyone to get too powerful.
对，他那个朋友就是负责这个 fellowship 的那么一个那么他们就规定就是没有一个人就在位太久，就是总是一个替换轮换的这么一个机制，这样的话没有一个人能够掌握太大的权利。
And Steve Dreyer was absolutely admirable and inspiring person, and funny and brilliant, and he knew the book better than anyone I ever met. Just an absolute wonderful man. Just so I can't wait to see him again. On the Miranja world.
他这个朋友已经去世了，就是在 COVID 的期间去世了。他最近刚刚知道，就是他说他是对他很高的评价，非常受人敬仰的，又非常的有幽默感的、聪慧的这么一个人啊。他对这个月亮下之书有非常深刻的理解。
But you have to be so careful when you set up a bureaucracy connected to a spiritual teaching, because in so many ways the two of them don't go together.
那么对，在灵性的教导当中摄入这种独裁式的东西，那么要非常的小心，这2个是不是一条路上？
It's so easy for bureaucrats, human bureaucrats and human administrators to want to let their ego get involved with their job.
那么很容易人就会把这个人所固有的那种独裁性质，就是带到他所从事的这种行政工作当中，他的个小我带进去。
And you know that was just look at how corrupt the Christian church got because these priests, then they had bishops, then they had a pope, and then the pope was like a god. There's no stopping it.
像那天主教会啊，那就是腐败的，比如说什么主教啊、红衣主教啊，这个根本就没有办法阻止的。
I have an idea.
我有一个主意。
We should have every Urantia organization should be run by someone who never read the book and has no interest in the book. It's just a good administrator, and they should just get paid and do their job. That would be the way to go.
No, but
right? Because then they couldn't set themselves up as a great religious leader.
But it's a paradox. It's, if he's not interested, how can he be interested to be leading such an organization then?
Because if he were really good, leaders are hard to find and anyway, but if he was a great leader, they hire a CEO who's really good at a car company. They hire him to run a telecommunications company or a shoe company, even though they have no experience, because they're a good leader. So they have people who know, they're smart enough to delegate. So if he was running a religious foundation, he would be smart enough to know that, well, we have to keep the principles of the Urantia book in mind. And he'd surround himself with people who were very aware of that they wouldn't be leaders, because the minute you become a religious leader, all hell breaks loose.
他就说，那就是他有个主意，就是说那个就是这样一个组织啊，一个宗教的信仰的组织哈，要请那完全对宗教不感兴趣的人来管理啊。他就说呢，有可能一个就是一个那个，对，就是完全不相同的。比如说对在车的管理、车行管理方面非常棒，也请他来做这种大众交流啊、媒体方面的主管，或者是造鞋的这个行业的主管，完全不能。但是他可以很聪明，他把一些的这个做生意啊、运作呀、机构运作这方面的聪明的理念，就是可以运用进来啊。那么就是运用到这个管理宗教组织呢，他可以就是了解这个运作原理，了解这个怎么样让这个对，就让这个理念在人群当中散播吧。但是他因为不懂这个，不感兴趣，他又不会被尊称为这个宗教领袖啊。Yeah, that's a good idea. Now I got what you mean.
Yeah. Like the Urantia authors found the guy who channeled the book, right?
Yeah.
He had no interest in the book.
Yeah.
So he didn't get his ego involved. He didn't interfere because he had no interest. I always say his mother, but I think it was his wife who transcribed what he was saying or put it into words. But they purposely found someone who was not interested, because they knew if they got someone who was interested, they'd start putting their own ideas in there.
对，那个就是《居然下之书》的作者，就是很有意的选择了一个人对宗教啊、对这个题材传导的题材完全不感兴趣的一个人。他说那个是说他的妈妈就是把他记录下来，他说有可能也是他的妻子吧，记录下来他这个传导的内容。那么就是为了 避免就是说传导的人对这个感兴趣，他就会把他的小我的观念啊或者做法呀掺杂进来，为一个宗教领袖。
Or the other way we could do it, is we could search the world for a great religious administrator who has run other churches, and been a high level administrator, whether he was a minister or a bishop or whatever, and is respected by all the people below him, the lowest people, not just his right hand, top guys, top high paid guys, but the people who go to the church to pray, someone who already earned the respect of everyone below. Someone like that who was a religious leader, they could be hired. Even if they didn't believe in the Urantia book, they probably wouldn't want to do it though, because unless they believed in the Urantia book. But to get these people, now one day in the future, we'll have wonderful leaders, religious leaders to run all the bureaucracy. But I just think right now where planet Earth is, it's very hard to find good leaders. And a book like this, which isn't well known yet, it's like anyone can just sort of go and seize control and start an organization and be the leader. And they've really messed things up a lot already.
对，他就说那可以全世界啊去找那种就是宗教那个管理方面的特殊的人才，比较高的层次的，在他之下的人都非常的尊重他，那就是他不一定要相信这个月亮下之书啊，对，但是呢，就是因为在将来我们就是肯定就是官僚体制会被彻底的推翻的，那么对，就是先雇佣这样的一个人，就是他自己根本就不信这个，但是他就宗教领袖领导方面又比较才能，而不是随便就雇佣一个人，他来了他就把这个现在这个组织的那个控制权拿过来，他就可以宣称他自己是这个宗教的领袖，就是不些不合格的根本就不信的人，但是他又篡夺了这个领袖领导权，他是这个意思。
If someone like Steve, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
我说这种叫职业经理人，就是 professional manager。
对，职业经理人。
In English, please.
Professional manager. Yeah, Karen, get what you mean. What?
Yeah, I mean, it's just the idea of just, these people. The problem is their job is to manage an organization, right? That's a material, physical. But they want to be religious leaders. They want to say, I'm the head of the Urantia Foundation because I know so much about the Urantia teachings. And that's that. You know what? The two are separate. We don't care how much you know about the book. We don't care what you think about the book. Get the book translated into Chinese. That's your job. And they're not doing their job. So, but they're praying and they're having a prayer before every meeting, and they're, God help the hungry and the people who need it. And the other thing, well, I know I told you this, but I'll tell you this again because it's my favorite thing Steve Dreyer ever said to me. I told you guys this, I think the first, were you in our first meeting, Karen?
Karen, 他问你第一次开会你
heard the recording. 我有听录音。
Oh, okay. Because I think in our first meeting I said this, our first or second, I said that when I was going to the study groups in New York, one of our study group members got very sick with AIDS and he was dying, and no one from the group helped him in any way. And I kept saying, come, he needs us. He's depressed, he's miserable, he's dying, and they were going out to book fairs, and they were going to rancho festivals and groups with hippies running around holding hands, giving each other flowers and saying, Urantia, Urantia, Urantia. And they were doing all this Urantia stuff, and they were trying to push the book on everyone. They would be very upset with me because I wouldn't go to book fairs to try to push the book on everyone. But they weren't there for our friend who was dying in the group, one of our members. So I was very disappointed. And Steve Dreyer was a member of the group. So I went to Steve and I said, Steve, these people read the Urantia book. They read about love and kindness and giving every day. Why don't they do just a little bit for our friend? Just reach out a little bit to help him. He's going to be dead soon, And Steve said to me, Heidi, maybe the Urantia book, maybe people who get the Urantia book don't get it because they're spiritually above other people. Maybe they get it because they're the ones who need it.
对，你知道这一段哈？对，就是那个，对，就是他的艾滋，就是他们那个学习小组当中有一个人得了艾滋病要死了，就是很可怜，也很抑郁啊，急需要就是人的一种关怀的时候，但是那些人就躲得他远远的。但是呢，这些人又在各种的书展呐、各种的活动当中极力的推广这本书，他就觉得很奇怪，为什么会这样？因为他那个导师也在那个小组当中，他就是不能理解，去跟他提出来这样的疑问，然后那个导师就说啊，那就有可能得到这本书的人没有这本书的人大概不需要这本书，得这本书的人大概他们是最需要这本书的。
So from that day forward, I never expected people who read the Urantia book to be more spiritually evolved than other people.
那从那以后呢，他再也不去想要把这本书推广给别人，让别人变得更属灵，然后对，他认为这个读书并不是那么必要的。
And I also, my best friends in the world who are the most loving, giving, kindest people I've ever known, they have no interest in the Urantia book.
那么他的最好的朋友，就最有爱的，最愿意慷慨协助人的，他说那个朋友，他也没有兴趣，对月亮下之书也没有兴趣。
In all of my 50 years reading it, I only have a couple friends who read the book. I've only met a couple people who I really admire and respect, who read the book. And that's sad to say, but no, that's not true. That's not true. I take that back. I've met a lot of wonderful people. You don't get close to everyone you meet and like, right? So that's not, I don't want to say that at all, but I will say that of all the people I've met, they're not all saints. They're not, as a group, they're no better than any other group of people I've ever, there are good ones and bad ones. There's kind ones and selfish ones. There's egotistical ones and humble ones. They're, as a group, Urantia readers are not more spiritually evolved than any other group I've ever met of people.
总的来讲，就是他遇到的读月下之书的人，并不见得比不读的人更有灵性啊，或者更去掉小我呀什么之类的。
But some of them think they are.
但是呢，他们有些人，这些读者当中，有些人就觉得自个儿很属灵的。That's sad.
That's how it goes, So we just have to be very, very careful to know that we're no different than anyone who doesn't read the book. It's just a book, and there's a million ways to get to God. There's a million ways to get close to God. This is just one of them.
我们就是要
现在是刚刚好要开始读玉苒下之书嘛。
先翻
Vicky?
完，先
I
翻完。
don't speak Chinese.
Yeah, I know. 就是
I'm only kidding.
就是他最后一句海底最后一句就是说，我们要意识到，我们就是有很多很多种的方式去跟神接近。那个读这本书也跟不读这本书也不一定造成什么很大的差别。那么 Karen 刚才你的问题是什么？我没有听见。
我只是说，所以听起来的话，就是我们其实也是刚刚好，可能以前不需要玉苒下之书，现在才 timing 到了，所以就翻译才会出来。
But what did Karen say last time? What did she say last time?
Yeah, I just asked her to repeat her comment, and he said before we don't need a Urantia book, but now we really need it. That's why it's coming out.
What does she mean by that exactly? Now I'm asking you to.
We are that she means our spirit level progressed to this degree, and then we have chance to meet Urantia book to have connection with it. Maybe
But
that's
does she mean like the Earth or China or this group or who's she talking about?
I think it's Chinese. I just see that because maybe 50 years ago, the Chinese people don't understand what is the talking about. Yeah, so maybe at this moment is the right time.
More Chinese people actually awakened to realize the importance of spiritualization.
Yes,
that's why, they are searching for truth. They are searching for different teachings, different spiritual teachings. That's why maybe it's good ground. To
So Karen's saying that maybe God didn't make a mistake. Maybe everything's happening the way it's supposed to. I agree with that completely, but I still think the Urantia Foundation defaulted on their purpose. It just so happens that everything always works out for the best and God's in control. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't get them off the hook. I agree, but that doesn't get them off the hook. And God bless them. It's nothing against them personally. They're all doing their best. They're all good. You know what I'm saying? But I just feel like when you have one job to do and you don't do it. But I also agree with you that it's all meant to be. Everything is meant to be. I also think that if it had come earlier, there'd be all these study groups and all this stuff, and it might have got completely out of control and on the wrong track, and maybe everyone would have Buddhas in their sitting on their Urantia books. I think in a way it gives us an opportunity to try to do it right, so that we don't make the mistakes in China that the early Christians made, and that a lot of Americans are already making. There's all of these Urantia groups in America that channel. They're sitting around channeling Melchizedek. They're out of their minds. There's all these groups that say, this is the age of light and life. We're entering the age of light and life. Are you kidding me? We have more slavery today than we ever had on the planet. I hate to tell you, but this is not we are far away from the age of light and life. This might be the age of darkness. This might be the absolute darkest period this planet has ever had. I think it is. I think that's a good thing, because when you're at the very, very bottom, that means you can start going towards. I don't think it can get any worse than it is right now. There has never, ever been so much child sex slavery and satanic worship and organ harvesting. And I mean, the things that are going on this planet are just absolutely horrendous. And people have no idea the extent of it. But I really don't think it can get any worse. I really don't. I think we're at the absolute bottom. But the Urantia book says right in it, and this was written in the 1920s, or between the 20s and the 40s, the whole book. The first section was written in the 20s. But it says, at the time of this writing, the earth has reached the apex of the material era. So that was 70 years ago, more or less. So that was the apex, the height of the material era. So that's 70 years is nothing in the evolution of a planet, right? So that means that we are maybe it was even a little, maybe we're a tiny bit less than 70 years ago.
No, we're still in that apex.
Yes, I mean, we're either still at the height of the material or we're just coming out of it. But we're still more or less in it. We're still in that age. We're still in that era. I think we've reached the height of it, meaning it's not going to get any worse. It's not going to get any worse. We can only get more spiritual.
Yeah.
We can't get any more material. So that's good. That means we are starting the era of light and life, but it's going to take, I don't know if it's going to take 300 years or 3,000 years. I don't know how long it takes to once you start towards that path, but I know we're not anywhere near it. But how long do you think it will take? Thousands of years? I would say thousands.
Yeah, hundreds at least.
Hundreds at least. At the very least, I would say 300 at the very, very least. Maybe more like 500 or 1,000, maybe 2,000, maybe, because it took, Adam and Eve were here 40,000 years ago. The prince was here 500,000 years ago. It takes time. Evolution takes time.
Yeah, we are time creators.
But things do move faster because the internet changed everything. The internet changed everything.
Yeah, things are accelerating
Big time. That's the only thing we have going in our favor, is that once the word gets out, like in my life, I'm 67, and in my lifetime, I have seen an unbelievable shift towards the spiritual in the last 20 years. Like people now, I watch videos, they say they end with God bless. When I was young, no one would have ended a video with God bless. You didn't even say the word God. It was like so unfashionable to even mention the word in this country. Now it's becoming very fashionable to say, among conservatives, not the liberals, the woke are still, they hate God, they hate Jesus, they hate the family, they hate, but they're not reproducing very much. Those people have far less, at least about half the amount of children as the conservatives. So the conservatives, now a lot of people in the American Urantia organization are liberals. So I'm not speaking for them, for Urantia readers in America. I'm just speaking for me. But it's a fact that they're not really conservatives. I was a liberal my entire life. I grew up in New York City. I was an artist. So many people that are called conservatives, they're not conservative at all. They just believe in family and God and personal freedom and faith. So if you have faith and you believe in God and you want to preserve traditions of your country and you believe in the family, you're called conservative. There's nothing the least bit conservative about it. But just the fact that you're reading the Urantia book means you're not that conservative, because it's a completely new revelation. There's nothing conservative about the Urantia book, right? It's new. Conservatives like traditional things. So I use that word only because that's what people call us, but it's not the right word. And the thing is, so-called conservatives have at least twice as many children as the people who oppose family, oppose faith, oppose God, oppose Jesus, oppose. So it's just a matter of time before more and more people and people whose parents have these values usually more likely will have them. People from the woke, they can go either way. They can reject what their parents have or copy it. But people from conservative, so-called conservative families are more likely to carry on those same values.
Yeah.
So even if we do nothing just by reproduction, there's going to be more God, more family, more faith, more, and these are the values that are in that Jesus taught and that are in the Urantia book. So it's just, we just hope they don't all become, evangelical Christians and go, completely crazy with, thinking that everyone's going to go to hell if they don't, do this or that.
Yeah.
So, let's just hope that they, well, the Urantia book says, or I don't know if the book says, I think the book says it, but this video that I'll share from one of the Carol Kendall or whatever her name is from the forum, she says, which is something that, if you read the book, you just know it, that this book is going to be the religion of Urantia. It in one way or another, it's the teachings of Jesus. It's the same thing. It's his teachings. It's just brought back to us again without all the contamination and all the craziness. It's just brought back the way he taught it. It's exactly the same. It is his teachings 2,000 years ago. So it's universal. It's world. He taught for mankind. Bless you. I saw it. I didn't hear it, but I saw it. But Jesus came here to give us a religion for the world. He wasn't trying to appeal to Greek Western mind. So they contaminated, they westernized it, and now the book brings it back to the world. So we just have to make sure we keep it pure and we don't westernize it or Easternize it or
we are going to Easternize it.
well, if you brought all this Zen Buddha stuff in, you're Easternizing it. If you bring all this Catholic evangelical stuff in, you're Westernizing it.
Westernize it.
Yeah, and then Ricky, I told about the email I got the other day from these crazy Urantia people who are paganizing it. They're calling all the Trinity Greek gods. They're comparing everyone in the Urantia book to Greek gods, and then they're just starting to call them the name of the Greek gods. And it was like, oh my God, what are you doing? I mean, what are you doing? Why on earth would you paganize the Urantia book and go back to these pagan religions where the gods were just like crazy mortals running around, killing each other and doing ridiculous things to each other? I just don't understand how you could read the book and then come up with these ideas. What are you reading? The same book I'm reading? Where are you getting this?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we are already, began kind of contaminating it.
Well, lots and lots of people are. Now there's going to be no stopping them, right? You can't. I just told them, take me off your, please. I wrote him an email and I said, you're ritualizing, paganizing, misinterpreting adult. Just please take me off your mailing list. And we can't stop that. But what we can do is start a core group of, I would say, students. I wouldn't even say believers, because maybe they don't believe yet. Maybe they're just drawn to it to find out more, right? Look at your look at your pants. You're so cool. Look at those cool pants.
That's my yoga.
You're so cool. Yeah, you have to show the world your leopard skin pants. That'll be the one tradition we can have. We all have to wear leopard skin pants when we start the Urantia book. Leopard skin yoga pants. That's the one thing I would agree to. Light candles and wear leopard skin yoga pants. But
music.
and eat lots of ice cream. Eat lots of ice cream.
Yeah. And then another prayer for the ending.
And what?
Another prayer for the ending. Every time we end by prayer.
Do you want to?
No, I'm just kidding with you. Yeah.
But I do think we should, I really like to acknowledge that Jesus is with our groups. That's because it's in the book and he says it, and it always makes me feel, I always get like the chills when I say that. I always get the chills. It's like, why do I get the chills unless he's really here,
He's kind of using that to let you know that indeed what you are said is true.
That's the spirit of truth, right? When you get the chills, I think that might be the spirit of truth in action.
Possibly, yeah. Oh, we still have 8 people with us. That's amazing.
Well, yeah. I'm telling you, they're sleeping. They have their computers. There's a cat. That cat is watching.
Really?
No, at the end, it's only the cats. At the very end of these sessions, it's only those 2 cats are the only ones listening to this. Right? It's those cats are always there.
No, the cats also fall asleep at night. They woke up.
No, they're always awake. They're the only ones. They're stay to the end.
Yeah.
No, we have a wonderful, wonderful. Look, I can criticize the Urantia Foundation all I want, but it's given us the most incredible opportunity to approach this book in a completely unique way. And that is that just, hey, tell your stories, relate it to your life, and just do whatever you like, but keep it separate. Say, this is my story. Now I'm reading the book. This is what I think. Now I'm reading the book. Just never confuse it and say, oh, this is what the book is saying. No, this is what I think the book might be saying.
Yeah. This is my comment.
Yeah, this is my comment. If we all do that, then we'll just we'll all just add to it instead of changing it. You can add to it all you want, but don't change it. Don't try to change it.
Make it pure, always
keep it pure.
And keep it pure.
And when we think of the early Christians, what the reason they one reason, I think ego always plays a big role in, these popes and everything with their stupid hats. But the thing is that one of the reasons that they contaminated it so much was they found that if they did that, it appealed to more people. But what's the rush? Who said there's a rush? The world's going to be around for thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years. So who cares if 20,000 people, if it takes them 300 or 100 years to find the book? Who cares? Doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. What matters is that when they find it, they find the teachings of Jesus and not some man-made conglomerate, chimerical, grotesque combination of human beliefs. That's what matters. Not the time. There's no rush.
Yeah.
There's no rush.
Yeah, no rush. Yeah, they are doing that out of good intent, but good intent of human beings may not always induce good results.
Hey, that's like remember I was saying, humans are always saying, the ends justify the means. That's another example of, and I said, never do the ends justify the means. The ends are irrelevant. The means are all that matters. That's another example of that. They're saying, well, we're contaminating the book, and it's not really what Jesus taught, but it's a good choice to make because we'll get more people that way. That's no.
Yeah, we want to push the will, but you know, we don't need. We just you know, kind of surrender to God's will and do God's will. You know, don't just think about expansion of the organization to get more people, you know, get under the leadership of our organization. You know, yeah.
I mean, that's yeah. I mean, you don't save the world that way. You don't save the world by giving them a contaminated religion that many of them will reject. Many future people will reject a religion. Like I never became a Christian. Why? I was brought up Christian. I never became a Christian because of all the contamination. I'd see all these crazy things and I'd think I don't want any part of that religion. But I always believed in God. I always had Christian values. I always believed in Jesus since I was a little kid. You know, I was drawn to it. But it wasn't the teachings of Jesus I rejected. It was the Christian religion that didn't appeal to me. So there's millions of people like me who would have been Christians if they hadn't contaminated it. So they were trying to get more people by contaminating it. In the end, they get fewer people. Including the whole east of the planet. They made it a Western religion. They made it a religion that appealed to Westerners and only some Westerners. So there are no shortcuts. That's another one, like the ends justify the means. They're like that's like taking a shortcut. You cannot. There are no shortcuts. There never is.
There is no end. No end. Everything is process, right? So there
is no. How can the end justify the means when there is no end?
Yeah. Yeah. Good. Thank you, Heidi, for another great session. It's 13th session today. Yeah.
This was a momentous session because we started reading about the thought adjusters. Everything up to this was just preliminary. Yeah, no, because I wanted to read about the solitary messengers just so we'd understand.
From the very beginning, yes. And then
just so we'd understand who's writing the thought adjuster papers.
That's a very, very big foundation we have laid out before we get to the essence of this book.
Yeah. Very big. I
very
never thought
very, very you know, considerate, you know, very well thought.
I hope so. I hope so, because I didn't think about it much. I just did it.
Yeah, your thought adjuster, you know, now it's your thought controller. Right? Yeah, actually, it is called thought controller.
No, you're right. That's what it said. And I forgot about that. And, you know, I was more aware of the psychic circles, but this is completely different than the psychic circles. And I have to say that after age 40, I did feel very different. And I wasn't aware that that was what was different. I just felt like wiser. I felt like all of the lessons and all the mistakes and everything, that I finally had learned some lessons and finally knew some things and finally could, oh, I'm not going to make that mistake. I know where that'll lead. And, oh, I recognize that red flag, you know, and and it made me feel, so I was looking around me. And when you're a woman, especially, and you turn 40, all these women are like, oh my God, I'm getting old and middle-aged. And then they start lying about their age, and they start saying, I'm 35, and they stay 35 for the next 35 years. And I was like, why are they so why do they hate getting older? This is so wonderful.
Yeah.
It's so
yeah.
great
When you
to
get wise-
finally, to finally feel like you have a clue. Now,
Yeah.
you don't know much. You don't
Mhm.
know much, but you have a clue. You have a clue.
A clue. Finally, above the water. Yeah.
Finally, you're treading water. You're not sinking,
Yeah.
and you, up until now, you had no clue. Now you have a clue, and it's a great feeling.
Yeah.
And, you're kind of like some guy, flirts with you or comes on to you and you're just like, oh, shut up. It's like, you don't take any of this stuff seriously anymore. You can,
Yeah.
you can put people, in their place with authority. People, they do respect you more when you're older. There's a certain way that you have more respect. And the other thing is it's easier to see who people really are, because if you're a young woman, a lot of people are going to be nice to you, men, just because you're a young woman, right? They want something, or they're attracted to you, or when you're older, you kind of know who people really are, because the good people, the bad people will ignore you. You're just an old lady, the good people.
Natural filtering.
Yes. And it surprised me how kind. I saw much more kindness in people when I got older. I saw how people that I might have thought would have ignored me treated me wonderfully. Men, young, handsome men that I would thought would never have time for an old lady were very, very kind, very nice, very respectful. So there's a lot of good things about getting older that I don't know about China, but in the West, we don't appreciate getting older at all. We disparage it, we lie about it, we dread it, we hate it. It shouldn't be that way.
It is the fashion of this age, the hating to getting old, that's.
I always wanted to get old.
Yeah.
Since I was a little kid, I wanted to get old. I always wanted to.
You want to get wiser.
I always looked forward to it all my life. I like getting old.
You're an old soul.
Well, I am
you
now.
already know the truth of life.
At least 67.
Yep. You're an old, very mature soul.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. We better turn off the recording before it gets even worse, before you say crazier things than that.
Okay, let me stop it.